Good morning, Morgan.
Morning, Mr. Freeman.
Good morning, Joyce.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Hello.
Rise and shine, Stubby. Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up, Joyce.
Wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Brunch with Boater. Just making myself a little bit of hydration in the meantime. But welcome to the crew of Shady, Riggy, and Griffey. Everyone in chat this morning. Hope everyone's doing well. I meant to get that ready like 15 minutes ago, and then I forgot. So, how's everyone doing this morning? Happy daylight saving time to those who celebrate. I made sure to let Riggy know, because Riggy is currently living in a country that does it the normal time. Canada does it with the States, right? I feel like I ask every damn time it happens. But anyway, here we are. I've been waking up too early anyway, so it didn't really affect me. Off we go to I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. We're gonna go straight to continue because the menu music is loud. Okay, we are 13 now. We're actually a teenager in I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. How about that? Let's talk to everyone. Tammy is bobbing her head along happily to music coming through her hear speak, which she turns off as she sees you approach. Hello, Sabote. I was just daydreaming. Her gaze flicks over to the geoponics domes before she gives you a distracted smile. What's up? Do you need something? Science is the language of all things, Tang says. As foreign as it seems, all living things act according to their biology. Tang tilts her head. And as biology is simply applied chemistry, which is simply applied physics, this means anything that's observable, and many things that are not, are governed by the rules of mathematics, which are as elegant and as constant as when the universe began. Cool, our reasoning is now up to 20, so want to study together? You and Tangent sync your holopalms and play a game together where you race to assemble chemical compounds using a simple programming language. Tangent is a whiz at it and breezes through the levels, barely breaking a sweat. You can tell she's hiding a smile when she looks over your shoulder to help you with a particularly tricky algorithm. A little bit of reasoning, a little bit of Tang friendship. Nerd. Shut up. Anemone is munching on a container of cut-up pieces of dust melon. My mom's kind of bossy, but she sure makes a great lunch, she says, offering you a piece. Gotta keep your strength up. Dis is fiddling with the toggles on his jacket, watching the comings and goings of expeditions. I want to go with them, he mumbles, but like, not with them, you know? Like, I just want to be alone in the wilderness for a while. A little smile plays along the corner of his lips. Sounds nice. Cal! You catch Cal at the gate to the gardens. He's carrying a big bucket of rocks. Hey, Sabote! He pauses to pat your pet on the head. And hello to you too, Squidly Botason! I should have named him Donut. He should have been named Donut, everybody. Oh well. I'm supposed to tell you there's a new park near Geoponics now, Cal says. We can run around all we want. Nobody will say we're trampling the fields. You should come play there sometime. And bring Squidly Botason. They'll love it. Cool, we can now relax in the park. Dad doesn't have time to chat, but he waves hello. Aww. What is it? Unless you're here to work, I'm busy. And then we just don't even like Mars. So, okay, what are we doing today? We're about halfway up in the stress meter. What do we want to do? We've got classes, training. We could go exploring. Now that we're actually a teenager, they might actually let us out. But I want to wait until we've got a bit lower stress. So maybe go through a few months first. We could do the what's it called? Flora research? Xenobotany research. We could just work on the farm, relax in the park. Speaking of nerd, watch streak reached 3. Yay! Alright, what are we gonna do? We could practice the music thing again. Practice the photophoner. Creativity, bravery, and stress. Actually, our bravery is getting up there. So that might not be bad. Ooh, what can we do? Bravery, animals, and perception are all really close. As is reasoning. We've actually got a lot of stuff about ready to kind of tick over. Perception we can wait until we do a venture out, because that will help with that. That's combat and animals. That's bravery, +2 bravery. Let's do that. Mars may not be as skilled a sports ball player as Anemone, but she plays hard. She orders people around like a team captain, but she isn't so great at passing the ball. She'd rather be the star. Her favorite thing is to spike the ball right into the opposing net stop's body. It's not a legal move, but she's done it so many times that the opposition now stands further back when Mars has the ball, which is exactly what she wants. Did you see that? Anemone complains to you during a break. Mars wouldn't pass the ball to either of us for 10 whole minutes. Someone has to do something. Anemone looks at you questioningly. Oh, if I had a high persuasion, I could talk to her and we would get a benefit out of it. Somehow my eggs transformed into coffee. Oh no! That was expensive coffee! Let's just not pass her the ball. That's a little bit of less stress and more friendship with Anemone. For the rest of the game, you and Anemone pass to each other and ignore Mars. She notices but just assumes you want to be the star too and doesn't give you any hassle. The thing you've learned with Mars is that she loves to be the best, but she doesn't have the kind of ego that makes her mean about it. It doesn't really solve the problem, but it's kind of fun anyway. Stares at a couple of low-calf eggs. Well, I mean, you know, you said make the food coffee, and I made the food coffee. I didn't mean to make the coffee food. Okay, card gets a +1. I don't think we're really going to do much in a row here, so let's just... 4, 5, 5... Huh. Swap these so we get that on yellow. +4 bravery. Cool. Extra card draw perk. Draw an extra card at the start of a challenge, which stacks. Very nice. Alright, cool. So we got that bravery milestone. You wake to the sound of your parents arguing in hushed tones, clearly trying not to disturb you. You blink away the sleep from your eyes, eventually remembering, wait, isn't today your 13th birthday? Where's your birthday cuddles? Your parents always make a big deal about your birthday. You peek out through the privacy curtain on your bunk and listen in on their argument. You're being unreasonable, your mom says. Sabote's a teenager now. You have to give him the opportunity to take calculated risk or he'll start acting out. That's just what being a teenager is. Going off in the wilderness isn't a calculated risk, your dad replies. It's too dangerous. It's weird to hear your parents arguing. If they ever disagree, they sort it out quietly or go to mediation. This time they sound really upset. It's unsettling. You don't need to... They glance at you. Your mom holds up her hand to silence you and goes right back to talking. Geranium, she grates. You've said yourself that we need every person out there surveying for edible native plants. You're even going yourself. Why not our son? Your dad flails his hands helplessly. 'Cause, Flulu, he's our son. It's our responsibility to keep him safe. You're not keeping anyone safe by coddling him, your mom almost shouts, and your dad flinches back. Sabote's survival depends on him understanding this planet we're living on, so you're not doing him or the colony any favors like pretending that's not the case. Alright, cool, I have enough bravery to say I can take care of myself. You point out that you saved Professor Hell when you were only 11, so clearly you can handle yourself. Your dad's shoulders sag as he shakes his head. You barely even know what's out there, kiddo, he mutters. Your mom's fierce expression softens. Hey, Sabote, sorry, it's your birthday today, and here we are arguing like a pair of assholes. Happy birthday. They both give you a hug. We meant to order up from the canteen and have a usual birthday breakfast, but we got to talking about how Utopia's opened up positions and expeditions for kids 13 and older, and... well, that's you now. Suppose we'll have to let you spread your wings someday, your dad relents. I just feel better knowing you are safe here inside the colony walls. He gives your mom a faint smile. We decided early on to let you choose your own path in life, so if you want to join expeditions, we're behind you. Just be safe. Yay, I can do expeditions now! Okay, that said... Ooh, okay, got the extra card draw from Bravery. We're pretty high on stress. Let's do an animals thing, then relax, then we'll do an expedition. Our biology's getting up there too, actually. Perception will when we go out on a thing. But so we're looking to do... Let's see, biology... No, it's still somewhat away. Animals, though. Let's see what we can do as a big plus to animals. Don't forget, we're also trying to find a cure for Dad's chronic illness. True, true, true. You find your dad comparing some plant samples. When he sees you, he puts down the test tubes and gives you a big hug. Kiddo, I've been thinking. I want to say I'm sorry your mom and I were arguing on your birthday. We disagree sometimes, just like every couple, but it's unfair that you had to see how the soy sausage gets made. I don't have persuasion at all, so it's okay. Thanks for saying so, you're a great kid. Your mom and I talked it out. We're both just really putting everything into the farm right now, and it's making us kind of snappy. You don't have to worry about it, okay? If you want to join Utopia's exploration team, just be careful. It's dangerous out there. Alright, an apology is nice. Okay, so... Xenobotany's a thing. Let me see here. Work on the farm. Wow, we get so much biology and organizing out of that. That's just toughness. Animals might be helped by an expedition as well, though, actually. I know we get a little bit from defense training, but not a lot. We're going to need 3 in order to get that up. So maybe, let's see, what are we at, 75? Let's do a class. Let's do reasoning. +2 biology, +1 reasoning, +1 engineering, +2 reasoning. And then we'll do a relaxed day, then an expedition day. You see a notice on the engineering holoweb. Professor Hal is looking for someone to help with after-school tutoring. You should know the basics and be a quick study for the rest. Please apply. Ooh, getting close there. Focus on your own studies. Can't very well teach others till you learn the material yourself. Get to work. Okay. +2 to the last card. That... Which becomes a 2. Hold on. So if I do that... No, that just becomes a 2. Okay. We'll do that then. Cool. Ton of engineering. +2 reasoning. Gets us a 28 right now. Alright, let's go relax in the park. We unlocked relaxing in the park, so let's go do that. Let's just make sure there's no dialogue. No dialogue, no dialogue. No dialogue, no goodies. Relax in the park. You and Cal walk through the park, a special place set aside for growing ornamental plants from Earth. It was grown from a precious seed bank, preserved for over 20 years aboard the Stratospheric before your mother started planting them here on Vertumna. Almost nothing here is grown for food, though many of them are technically edible. It's so green here, Cal says, stopping to smell a bush of fist-sized red flowers with velvety petals. Wow, they smell so sweet. So weird. Since you've never seen Earth, many of these plants are actually more alien to you than Vertumna's native species. You've seen them in holovids, but you really don't know their names or anything. You stop by a cluster of low-lying bushes with light purple flowers. They smell incredible, like antecedent special lavender soy cakes. This must be what antecedent uses to flavor them. Oh, is this lavender? Neat. My mom worked really hard on this. Your mom brought these flower seeds from Earth. Oh, okay. Is it peaceful or a waste of space? Probably go with peaceful, especially talking to Cal. Somehow find time to cultivate them, even though there's so much work to do on the farm. Just goes to show you there's a lot about your mom that you still don't know. Cal breathes deep, a funny smile on his face. It really is peaceful. This is one of my favorite places in the whole colony. You can really feel the love in every plant. One pretty white flower in particular is flourishing here. The Astrania, your mother's favorite. Seems to be growing faster than even native plants do, covering the paths and bluffs with tiny white stars. You practically have to push clumps of it aside in some places just to make sure you don't crush any. Good thing it's so beautiful. So, Bote, can I get your help with something in the barn? Cal asks. You excuse yourself from planting and follow Cal. Something's wrong with Zox, Cal says, closing the door behind you. She won't eat and she cries all the time. You look into Sox's crate. She's almost too big for it now, even curled up in a ball. She raises her head and peeps miserably at you, then curls even tighter, her bulbous antennae drooping. She looks paler, right? Cal says, coming up beside you. And she's always sleepy and cold. I don't know what to do. She won't eat leaves anymore, or anything else I bring her. Potatoes, corn, wheat, beans. She just chews them and spits them out. He points to the lid of the box. She's been chewing her box, too. I'm worried she's going to chew her way out and escape while I'm not here. Cal rubs Socks under her chin, but she barely responds to his touch. You've been outside the walls, right, Sabote? Have you ever seen any animals like Socks? Full-grown ones? What do they eat? Okay, so, from a past life, I know what she needs. I was worried that it's like, oh, I need to go on an expedition and find something in time to come back before Socks dies. No, I know what she needs. You remember what Socks needs. Rocks. You've dreamed of it before. Giant dragons, adult dilly pillars, out in the wild, chewing up glittering mountains. You rush out to search for the right kind of rocks. You're in luck. There's a pile of excavated stones behind engineering, shiny with flecks of white in them. You return to Socks, and Cal hesitantly places the rocks before her. She takes one in her delicate little forepaws, nibbles on it, and then shoves it in her mouth. She trills and runs in a circle, waving her paws for more. It worked, Cal crows, giving you a big hug. Thank you, Sabote. You saved Socks. Yay! Alright, we can forget a red 2 for the first time that we learned how to run. Excuse me. Alright, it's pollen season. How's Dad doing? Your dad was sniffling and sneezing pretty bad this morning. He collapsed around this time last year, so you've been feeling anxious about his health, especially now that pollen's back. He's working hard in the fields, respirator hanging from his neck as he grunts and shovels dirt into a wheelbarrow. He sees you coming and stands up straight, coughing a little as he stretches his back. Hey kiddo, what brings you out here? Dad, you gotta wear your respirator. Your dad makes blah 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 motions with his hand. I do. Don't look at me like that. I'm just getting some fresh air. It's hard to breathe with that thing on. Oh my god.
Dad! Stop being a conservative during COVID!
I can't breathe. Yes, you can, moron. He leans on his shovel, tucking one foot behind the other and rocking back and forth. Truth is, I've been working like a dog. I'd love to get out of here for a while. Hey, what do you say you and I go for a little walk, he says, brightening. I know you don't get outside the walls much either, but we could do a little nature walk. I study all the plants the foragers bring back, but I've never really seen them in the wild. What do you think? I think I said it's dangerous out there last time, but I forget. Do we say no? Do we kind of like, Dad, you want to go outside? Or it's like, yeah, let's do it. Maybe getting outside from the colony will help him. I don't know. Or maybe he'll just collapse. Let's hang out with Dad. Sounds great. Awesome, your dad explains. I knew you'd pick up what I'm throwing down. Your mom doesn't see the draw, he continues, flipping his shovel up onto his shoulder and picking his way carefully out to the turned fields. She likes what she can control, you know, but there's a whole planet out there, and I want to go explore. I wish I could have said only if you wear your respirator. He stops and doubles over, suddenly racked with a coughing fit that makes him unable to speak. He tries a few times to catch his breath, but each time he just starts coughing harder. The pink pollen in the air swirls and eddies around you both. Chromecast! Do we have second thoughts they stay inside, or like, no, maybe a walk will do you good? Alright, so now we've got Shady, Griffey, Riggy, and Spirey? A walk will kill him. It probably will. So let's say maybe you should stay indoors. Maybe if you'd been wearing your respirator all day, you wouldn't be this bad. Oh, your dad wheezes. You're just like Instance, that old hick in the mud. I mean, I remember when we were younger, she was always walking around with her nose in everyone's business. She always thinks she knows what's best for people just because she's a doctor. Despite his brave words, he has to hold on to you for balance as he catches his breath again. Okay, maybe now's not the best time, he gasps, finally putting his respirator back on. But, you and me, we got a date with the outside world, kiddo. I'm taking a rain check. Cool, and we'll do it not during pollen. Whew, he says, his eyes red-rimmed and streaming from irritation. Can't wait till Instance figures out a treatment for this shimmer thing. I don't think Spyro has played. I think he's just assuming pretty well that, yeah, that might not actually be a good idea. She says maybe next year, maybe the one after that. I'm gonna be first in line, you bet. Okay. Cal. You spot Cal heading towards the barns at the far end of the farms. Hey, Sabote, he waves. Hey, what's up? Just heading over to the barn, Cal says. I finished before everyone else today, so told everyone I'm gonna clean it. No one wants to get roped into helping, so it'll just be me and Socks. You should come with. Cal whistles as you enter the barn, and the chest where Socks sleeps starts to rattle. He laughs and pops the lid, hefting Socks up into his arms. Hey girl, he coos. Time to get some forbidden daytime zoomies out. You and Cal play with Socks for a little while, chasing her around the barn. She chitters and stomps her stubby little legs, clearly enjoying the attention. I have a little while before I gotta get back to work, Cal says. What should we do? Let's teach Socks a new trick. Yeah, and that's animals. Oh my god, so close. Oh yeah, Cal agrees. I've been working on getting her to follow directions lately. That's a great idea. You spend about a half hour teaching Socks how to shake a paw. There are a lot of paws to choose from, and she seems to delight in giving you a different one each time. You can't help but think that working with her like this might come in handy in the future. Let's see here. Tang, do you have anything to say about pollen? Tang is wearing a face mask and a full face shield. Greetings, human, she says, raising her hand like the hollow bit of little gray aliens. It's hard to tell if she's being ironic. Chief Engineer Instance nanoprinted personal protective equipment for all the lab assistants, Tang says, gesturing to her full body smock. If we contaminate the samples with pollen, we lose a year of work. Alright, let's explore the new... Everyone's so dramatic right now. Who cares about who said what to who? It's so dumb. Okay, great. I thought we were going to talk to Utopia, but that's fine. Okay, so let's survey the plains. It's going to get us perception, which will kick us over, animals, which will kick us over. So we've only done explore nearby before, you know, illicitly. So let's explore the plains. Then maybe xenobotany research when we get back. When you boarded the expedition's autobus this morning, you didn't know what to expect. It trundled you and the other surveyors a few clicks north to the Prosaic Plains, a high flat area with cooler weather than your colony. You could barely control your excitement as you watched the landscape change. And now you're here. You're finally old enough for a real survey mission away from the colony. You greet Chief Surveyor Utopia at the depot. This here's a plas cutter, she says, handing you one. It's a tool for cutting and heating things. You can use it to make a fire, cauterize a wound, boil water, and it cuts some materials pretty alright. You can use it for self-defense too, but I wouldn't suggest it. We gonna be in danger? She makes a so-so motion with her hand. This is a quiet area and we know what we're doing. We're not supposed to be in danger. We're just gonna be taking notes and pictures, keeping track of all the flora and fauna we see. Just don't touch anything unless I ask you to take a sample. Everything's potentially dangerous. We don't know much about what's out there, which is why we need surveyors, even young'uns like you. The Prosaic Plains is a sparse region. Like you can assume from the name, you can see things from a long way off. Utopia sees you squinting at the horizon. And what you gonna do if you see something coming for you? I'm gonna say that I'll avoid it. Good kid, Utopia approves, patting you on the back. We don't need any trouble. Dis joins you. You must have come on an earlier autobus. Oh good, you're here, Utopia says, digging out another plas cutter for Dis. You two greenhorns are with me for the foreseeable. Now we don't gotta sniff each other's butts all the time out there, but I do expect you all to be in yelling distance. Comms can get spotty out here. You and Dis share knowing glances. You've both been sneaking out to explore long before you were officially allowed to. Utopia also hands you a surveying drone and shows you how to launch it. It'll automatically perform local scans wherever you go, though detailed scans still need to be done manually. When you return here to the depot, it'll upload its findings to the holonet. Your job is to cover ground, see what's out there, and so long as it isn't dangerous, record it. She slaps you on the back. Alright, team, don't get yourselves killed out there today. Mushwood. Hi. A large creature is blocking the path, a boulder with arms, a bush growing out of its back. A bush bub! Utopia's mentioned these before. Part animal, part vegetable, and part mineral, these usually gentle giants camouflage themselves as part of the forest. This one is lumbering slowly back and forth between a large strand of gloop mushes and a wide circular lake. It's like it's on some kind of patrol. It growls a warning when you try to squeeze past it, so you back off, and the look in its eyes is not letting you through easy. Find a route through its territory, perception challenge. Card to the right becomes a 3. There we go. Let's see here. 4, 5... +2 to the last card. Alright, we got a bunch of 2s. 2, 2, 2, 2. And +1 for gem on other cards. +2 if in the first or last pane. +1 for gem on other cards. We got a 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, so close. You sneak through the gloop mushes, crawling under them so the bush bub doesn't see you. You nearly get stuck at one point and wonder, what if Dis has to come rescue you? That'd be embarrassing. You find a route through and continue on your way. The terrain here is strange, some kind of smooth rock covered in lichens and tiny plants. It's weirdly warm and the spark snow melts when it hits it. Another perception challenge. 6, 6. Sure. Okay, we got a bunch of blues. 4, 5, 2, 2. Card to the right becomes a 3. 5. Got a 3, 4, 5, 6 straight. After cautiously walking around on it for a few minutes and observing quietly, you realize the ground is alive. It's rumbling very slightly. What you thought was just a rock slowly opens. It's an eye. It stares at you dreamily and you stare back, fascinated. This must be a very ancient creature. It's so vast it's completely immersed into the surroundings. There are even trees growing out of it. A little animal, like a moth with a huge webbed feet, lands between you lands between you and the massive eye and starts preening. The eye dilates to focus on the moth, then it slowly closes in again in what you think might be contentment. After a minute, you feel a faint rumble under your feet, regular breathing, in and out, snoring. You creep off the creature, careful not to wake it again. Cool, so we got a perception perk, so that all the collectibles are going to glow. We also got an animals perk, where we can upgrade our pet. Because our pet is giving us a bonus right now. One of your jobs as surveyor is to document the flora and fauna through photographs. You spotted a small animal in the crook of a tree. It's so perfectly camouflaged you can only really see it when it breathes. You've got a camera built into your holopalm, but it's not equipped to capture difficult shots like this. You need to put in the work. Well, we leveled both animals in perception, so it doesn't really matter which one we do. So let's do animals. To try to work that up to another milestone of upgrading our pet. Let's see here. Card gets a +1. I was hoping to get a 4s, or no. Actually, no, that's 5 5s. So... Sure. Alright, that's a bunch of 3s. But this is a plus when there's gems on other cards. We can get a super goal out of this. Come on. Boom, 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 boom. There it is. You cautiously crawl up beside your subject, raising your holopalm to get the best close-up possible. Ouch! Just as the camera takes a photo, your subject bites you on the finger. Ah, you hope it's not venomous. On the bright side, you got the shot. Alright, we're halfway up on stress right now. Alright, that's highlighted now, which is awesome. At the edge of one of the circular ponds, something catches your eye. Well, everything around here sparkles, but this thing really catches your eye. The water in this little lake is deep and milky, though, and you can't see the bottom. It's completely still, almost too still. It's so perfectly circular. You remember you've been warned about getting too close to the pools. I mean... I'll always take a challenge. This might be dumb, but we're gonna go for it. Oh, that's +2 to neighboring. No, -2. Oh, +1 for gems on other cards. Damn it. So much that can interfere with trying to set something up. 2, 2, 2. And we'll do that. You aren't scared of some pond, or whatever might live in it. You march up to the edge, keeping your eyes on the shiny prize, and paw around in the snow looking for that shiny whatever it is. Oh, it looks like a pretty crystal, just sitting on the ground. Good find. Okay. There's not much to find out here, but peaceful atmosphere is great for contemplation. You find a particularly beautiful little plateau where you can see the plains spread out before you like a picnic blanket, round lakes dotting the land like glimmering mirrors of sky. Dis is scouting further ahead. He was eager to find some adventure. You want to stop to meditate or catch up? We can catch up to Dis later. Let's meditate. This might lower our stress so we can stay out here longer. Yep. You focus on the sound around you, on your breathing. Oh, sorry. But hey, -30 stress, that means we can get a few more activities out here. It's very peaceful. You can find yourself relaxed and become one with the planet. Ditzy, welcome! Yeah, told you we'd catch up with this. Here we go. Hey, Sabote. Dis greets you cautiously as you pass on the narrow path. Hey, do you want me to show you something? Dis almost never makes overtures of friendship. Whatever it is must be pretty cool. I think this, like the enthusiastic stuff, spooks him. So yeah, let's follow. You follow him for nearly half an hour. A couple of times he stops to listen for something, then continues onward, tromping through the fields of broad-top mush trees and swaying antler ferns. After a while, you start to wonder if he's just lost. You're about to say something when he holds up his hand for silence and directs you to crawl under a huge mushroom. On the other side, you have a view down to one of the perfectly round ponds. Taking up most of it is an enormous Xeno, its legs deep underwater. -15 because it costs stress to continue. I mean, sure, it's -15 as opposed to +15. I considered it -30 and then but yeah. It's a balneo, Dis tells you. They live in the swamps. You don't usually see them here. This one seems totally at home. It dips its long neck and even longer mouth into the pond, sucking up water from the bottom and spewing it out of a spout at the back of its head. The spray of beautiful turquoise water sparkles in the sun. Tiny, colorful, bird-like creatures dart around it, catching the tiny fish that come spraying out. Just sit and watch. I mean, hangouts with Dis are no talkie. Just exist together. You enjoy the pretty scene together. Alright, how are we doing? We are at 65. You can get a couple more events in. It's a cloudy day. You hear the crash of thunder from somewhere nearby. Loud. Sounds like it's getting closer. Suddenly, a massive, impossibly tall something punctures the low grounds and slams into the ground ahead of you. It's as tall as a skyscraper and a meter wide, covered with chitinous bone like an insect. You think it might be a leg? Another crashes down, then another. The creature's body must be up in the clouds, so high you can't see anything but the legs. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I do not have the perception for that. Oh. The first leg lifts again and moves towards you. You're in shock. Your body simultaneously screams at you to stand still and run. Alright, we've been told run. I think we're going ahead. We're going to take some stress. You blindly pick a direction and scramble that way. You can sense a shadow descending from above you. Suddenly something hits you from the left and you're flung sideways off your feet. A moment later, one of the massive legs slams down right where you'd been. Another second, you would have been flat as the grass underneath it. You look up to what hit you, but it, or they, are already gone, having saved your life. Hey, that's not bad. We'll take that. We'll take the 8 red card. Surprised we didn't get stress from that. Let's grab this crystal cluster and talk to another bush bub. You spot a familiar looking fruit. Hey, you've seen this bush before. That's no rock underneath. It's all part of one creature, an evanescent photosynth, a bush bub. It pays you no attention, continuing to blend in with the rest of its surroundings like a boulder. Don't try to pick the fruit. You're not letting it get away with being delicious. You grab some of the fruit as the bush bub rises and roars with anger. Yeah, you knew it wouldn't be happy. Okay, I do not have the combat for that. Let's calm it down. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. I just wanted a couple of circle of life type stuff. I want to put a 2 there. There. I've been looking for that card. Good to know where I can find it now. Yay! Oh yeah, the Mysterious Stranger 3. Yeah, that's... I don't think I got it last time. That event might have happened, but I think I had the perception to, like, get out of it otherwise. Sorry, mod shit. What happens if we do that? Alright, it just becomes a 3. So we'll take that as that 3. Then another 3. And another 3. +1 to red cards. Right, we got that. That does it on its own. Cool. Just piling on what I can. How dare Sticky Hilltop imply that we are not the best viewers? I've never not had the perception to pass that event. Yeah, I think I was... My first time out, like you said, Ditzy, you did a lot of expeditions your first time. I'm only going to take a little. Some loyalty and some colony food. That's going to do it for us. But yeah, I'm prioritizing expeditions a little less. But yeah, expeditions are such a great way to get your perception up high. And yeah, on that expedition, we got perception and animals to the next milestone. We're getting close on reasoning, sort of close on biology. So let's relax. And then we'll do xenobotany and see if we can get any more. Oh, cool! Help him with the animals, because we got a lot of animal help that last one. Your dad is helping 2 bristle slugs who've gotten tangled on each other a while. Who've gotten tangled on each other well, maybe they were wrestling? Your dad doesn't want to go into the details. You have some of the larger one, you carefully pull apart their bristling spikes, being careful not to get jabbed yourselves. 10 minutes later... Oh my god. I'm just gonna... Your dad is helping 2 bristle slugs who've gotten tangled on each other. Well, maybe they were wrestling. Your dad doesn't want to go into the details. He hefts up the larger one, and you carefully pull apart their bristling spikes, being careful not to get jabbed yourself. 10 minutes later, they're back at it again. Your dad shrugs. The heart wants what it wants, I guess. Alright, we've got a little bit of animals there. Let's relax in the lounge today. You're relaxing after hours when Antecedent pops her head into the lounge. The kitchen, she announces in an artificially sweet voice, is looking for someone to help with part-time cooking duties. Someone young. Someone responsible. Someone organized. Someone, she stares pointedly at the teens in the room, who might have too much free time on their hands. Antecedent! I almost got squished! Let me chill! Anyway, you don't want me for it. Avoid eye contact. Sweating away over humid food nanoprinters really isn't your thing, so you hand back. Besides, Tammy's hand went up almost immediately. She's making little squeaking noises trying to get Antecedent's attention. She'll be perfect for it. Antecedent sighs and rubs her hand on her apron. Well, if anyone changes their mind, I could use the help. You just gonna ignore Tammy? Come on, man. Oh, cool. We get to forget some zeros. You're getting older. It's that magical time in your life full of discoveries and possibilities when children become adults and their bodies change in weird, wonderful, and often embarrassing ways. When you were younger, Congruence gave your class a frank presentation about preparing for the changes your bodies would experience in the next few years. Which parts of the presentation were relevant to you? What did we end up going with? Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, cool. Voice changing, yeah. Those. You and your friends giggled your way through Congruence's presentation, and left with a new appreciation for the wonders of the human body. Puberty had felt like something that would happen so far in the future that it didn't apply to you. You put it out of your mind, even as you noticed Cal's voice begin to drop, or Mars starting to dress differently. Until one morning you wake up and something feels different. You just know something's off as soon as you open your eyes. Things are squelchier than you expect them to be down there. You were having an exciting dream, and then something happened, and you can already barely remember it. You just want to close your eyes again. You remember Congruence's sexual education classes, and you're really not ready for their real-world practical applications. After a few minutes, you sigh and muster up the courage to look under your blankets. Yeah, that's a thing. Let's try to clean this up. You wait for your parents to leave for work, calling out to you that you're gonna miss breakfast if you lie around in bed. When you're sure they're gone, you carefully strip the sheets on your bed and stuff them into the recycler. You put in a requisition for new sheets from the depot and can continue on with your day. That night, you find your dad waiting for you. He's pulled your privacy curtain back to show your stripped bed and looks up with a knowing smile when you enter holding new sheets. He laughs, putting on an exaggerated detective impression. Now, I can only think of one reason why a teenager suddenly cares about doing his own laundry. He points at you and exclaims, "By Jove, I think I've got it! What's up, Sabote? Got something to share with your old man?" You can feel your face getting red as you ignore him and make your bed, but it doesn't stop him. Aw, kiddo, it's okay to feel a little wet behind the ears. Jesus, Dad. You retreat into your bunk and slam the privacy curtain closed so you can't hear him make any more jokes. He's so embarrassing. What is happening? You feel on the edge today, like everything that happens feels so unfair and tragic. Like you want to punch stuff and then cry about it. Like you want to be left alone, but you also desperately want attention. You fucking mood right now. I am 38 and feeling these emotions, obviously for a different reason, but like, it feels like a fount of new energy is starting to bubble up inside you. Dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Welcome to puberty, Sabote. Okay. Hormones. Teenage hormones making you brave and rebellious. Rebellion increases are tripled. The missing commiseration between wet dreams and period leaks. Listen, I still want to punch stuff and then cry about it. Okay. Art hasn't changed. So I thought with that like we'd get change in character art, but it's probably at 14. Okay. Let's do a really quick check with everyone. See if we can want to train together. Because our toughness is at 40 now. You used to be able to go mano a mano with Anemone, but she's been training hard. You get your butt kicked all over the sports ball pitch. She leans over while you're lying on the floor, completely gassed. You okay? She laughs. I didn't go too hard, right? Tammy's waltzing around the courtyard, pretending her broom is her dance partner. She bumps into you and giggles. Oh, hello, Sabote, she says. I didn't see you there. She dusts you off and straightens your jacket. It's easier to do chores when you're having fun. Oh, I love dancing, don't you? I'm all for, like, listening to some electro swing and, like, dancing while I'm putting away dishes in the kitchen. Cal's eyes crinkle when he sees you approach and pulls off his face mask. I'm outside all the time, he says, and I hate it when my chest gets all tight and itchy on this time of year. The mask kind of helps, I think. Your mom nanoprints a ton of them to use in medbay. You should go grab one with all the running around you do. Okay, we said we're doing xenobotany. Should a face mask coordinate with your outfit? Or should it provide contrast? Mars says, holding up 2 fabric face masks. She crumples them up and throws them to the ground, then stomps on them. Ugh, I'm so tired of all this skunky pollen floating around. Why can't this planet just be normal for once? There's been a couple times when I've seen people wearing a mask that is like, hey, that goes with the outfit really, really well. Like, whether it was because it was in a great contrast in color or because it was in the same, whatever. Alright, let's xenobotany, see if we can help with this pollen thing. Tangent doesn't work in the geoponics lab with you, but she swings by every now and then to compare notes and complain about your experiments. She loves talking about novel substances, things the colony could use for new sources of fuel, or medicine, or even boring stuff like glue. The idea that the colony could harness the power of Photumna is really exciting for her. Oh boy, that's a bunch of 5s. +7 biology. Holy shit. Okay, so Ditzy, for trying to find a shimmer cure, don't tell me what to do, but would it be more beneficial for me to focus on xenobotany, or should I, like, would I find what I need by going out on an expedition and then bringing it back to a xenobotany lab? Like, because, okay, we're in dust now. It's not during pollen. Hey, Dad, do you want to go for a walk now? Take that rain check. What are you looking for? I don't know. I want to cure shimmer for Dad. So I don't know. I didn't know if you had any tips, and if you don't, that's fine. I know you've played through 5 times and mostly prioritized expeditions. In the meantime, everyone else, what do you guys think we should do? Botany and reasoning are both getting close to milestones. Do you want hints? That's the thing. It's like, I don't want spoilers. Do I want hints? Oh, jeez. I guess I will leave it to, I can guide you towards saving them both. I will leave it to the other viewers, whether we want that or if we want to still kind of go through this kind of raw. Because me personally, I might not mind hints too much, but I know that we've got viewers who want to go into this pretty spoiler-free. So I will leave it to them. That said, I'm going to do xenobotany again just to get my biology. Well, no, next month is Vertumna Festival, so actually I'm going to, while we consider that, let them die if we fail, right? Okay. I'm going to do another plains survey, and we might be able to finish off the plains this time out. But if we're maxed on stress, the Vertumna Festival is actually great for getting rid of stress. So I think if we do this... This wasn't here before. Let's do it mostly raw, but I like the idea of asking Ditzy when we're unsure, e.g. if we're considering 2 options. I think we just got 1 vote into each column. Let's see, you've been saved a few times from certain doom, or at least discomfort, and it can't have been a coincidence. Something or someone has taken an interest in you. You're being followed. You're beginning to get a feel for this place and its dangers, so the next time you hear the hiss-click of a nest of hungry snap bladders, you walk straight towards it, keeping an eye out for anyone watching you from the trees. There. Just as you think you're going to have to climb into the damn nest to get your savior to show up, you see a shadowy humanoid figure darting behind a tree. You make eye contact and you both freeze. His almond-shaped eyes widen in his not-quite-human face, and he slips away into the jungle. From a past life, I'm going to call out to Symbiosis. You raise your voice and call him by name. The man, Symbiosis. You know him from your dreams of a past life. After a few seconds, Sim reappears with a suspicious look on his face. How do you know my name? I learned it. In a dream. Sim nods, like this makes sense to him. He jumps up onto a large rock and crouches, eyeing you thoughtfully. Let's make a deal, he says. He speaks with an odd inflection, putting the wrong stress on things, but the words themselves come easily enough to him. I'm not supposed to talk to you, he says. It's against the rules. But since you've caught me, I can grant you one wish. He smiles mischievously. Is this a joke? I don't think this game has any non-hot adults. Symbiosis, also hot. Sorry, my body is showing. Hey, it's gorgeous art. Also, I'm a little surprised that Symbiosis uses he/him pronouns. That is somewhat androgynous art, but hey, you know, you don't have to look a gender to express a gender. I wish to know more about you. He gives you a sly look. In time, Sabote, I hope. He pauses and his eyes unfocus for a moment. He stares straight ahead, unblinking. Then he slowly stretches like a cat and stands up. Well, this has been fun, but I'm afraid the duty calls. He doffs an invisible hat towards you. I'm looking forward to the story of how you came to know my name. trying to do an alternating stress thing, but some words it doesn't work as well. I can't I am my way through a cold reading of every sentence. He jumps behind the rock and disappears. Like, literally, he disappeared. You search all around and you can find no trace where he might have gone, or how. You're struck with a sudden sense of remembering so strong that you have to stop and hold your head. Meeting Sim again. It's just like it was before. Alright, that did get us stress. Let me see here. Tammy's dad and the professor are, I would say, lower on the hot list. Dizzy is otherwise right. All the adults be hot. Probably important criteria in exoplanet missions. Need to give the people who live on the planet a fighting chance. True, we'll want to reproduce if not hot, right? I think I've actually read a couple of books where, like, that's like a plot point of, like, yeah, we're all attractive. Like, you know, there's a reason for that, right? Oh, no, it was an old man's war. Where it wasn't for reproductive purposes, but it was for making immediate instinctual bonds with your fellow soldiers. More attractive people, you're more likely to want to work to try to help. That's how it was presented. I'm excited to see John Scalzi, not this weekend, in a few weeks, this month. You're traveling an animal path towards the underbrush when a change in the ambient noise makes you stop in your tracks and listen. You get the feeling you're not alone. By now, you're getting used to the feeling of being watched. I know you're there, Sim. You're answered with silence, and you have the fleeting thought that, if you're right, you probably sound pretty cool. And if you're not, you're just talking to yourself in the jungle like an idiot, so at least no one's around to see. A tall form steps out casually from behind a rock. Why, hello again, says Sim, smiling. He bows to you like a courtier. Then a gesture that looks perfectly elegant on him, but nonetheless carries a deep sense of still being alien. You take the chance to get a good look at him. He's like a human, but not. Not just genetically enhanced, he's a whole different species. An alien. A gardener, whatever that means. It's a lot to take in. You look... He puts his finger to his chin in an exaggerated expression of contemplation. Like a wide-eyed sugar bug. His hair slithers around the sides of his head like he's trying to get a better look at you. I can't do Nobody Believes That You Exist because I haven't had the chance to go back and talk to anyone about him. I personally like to chase him, but calling out to him does help expedite his story stuff. I didn't actually meet Sim until I think I was 18 my first time through. So I'm doing good. Why do you keep following me? Because, my sugar bug, you're about to stumble into a nest of young snap bladders. I thought you might need rescuing again. Sure enough, you realize you can hear them mewling up ahead. Even the nestlings can be dangerous in numbers. And with that warning, I believe my job here is done. Sim purrs and turns to leave. Wait! You call out to him, but he disappears in the forest without a trace. Without a trace, and I can still click him. Alright, well that's... Oh, that one didn't use... No, that did kind of use some stress. No, it didn't! That one didn't do stress. That was just a conversation with someone. I like the art when you catch them. I don't know if I've gotten that. A series of small circular pools chained together to form an impassable body of water. You don't see an obvious route... Actually, hold on. Don't get the stress from that. We want to work towards the end encounter of the area. We can always come back to that later if we want. But... And do those. But I want to do the main encounter for the area. Drifts of spark snow make this area hard to pass through. Your feet keep sinking into it, and you have to work to get them free with every step. The only way forward through here is an especially deep area. We'll take a break. A little extra stress. You make a snow buddy. Or, at least you try. The tiny blue crystals don't pack together very well, and the stuff quickly melts from just the heat of your body. The acidic snow gives you a hot, scratchy rash between your fingers. Probably should have worn gloves. You appraise your lumpy snow buddy. Looks a little sad. Maybe it just needs some accessories? With some twigs and grass and a weird kind of jelly you find seeping out of the ground, you give your buddy antlers and fur. Kind of looks like a snow bush bub. Alright, let's see here. We're looking for... Like, there's going to be another yellow event, and I want to hope to get that. You stop to admire the light glinting off the water of a shallow circular lake when you notice some strange rocks near your feet. They're pink and red, bobbing in the shallow water at the shore. The rocks are flashing golden yellow. This one, then that one, then a pause. Then that one, then the first one again. You thought it was reflected sunlight at first, but no, the rocks themselves are glowing. Repeat the pattern. +1 empathy. Ooh, I could use more of that. You play a memory game with them, touching the stones in the pattern they give you. You feel emotions coming from the rocks. Affection, interest, gratefulness. Somehow you understand they like the contact. Are these creatures or rocks? Sometimes the lines between the two can be blurry on Vertumna. They can't move, but they learn about the world from creatures who pass by and touch them. Like the way animals rub to leave their scent, these rocks entice animals to play with them and leave information about the world. You get the sense that they're excited for your new scent. To what end, you don't know. Come on. Come on, there's gotta be something. Here we go. Oh, that's another block. The water in this pond is a slightly greener color than you're used to seeing. It smells sweet, but kind of acidic too. We're going to identify it, and with a high animal, I think it's going to be gross, and I think drinking some would have been gross. You collect a sample to analyze, and hide yourself under some large mushrooms to watch the local fauna come and go. The smaller creatures sniff the water, but leave without drinking. Then a massive balneo photosynth lumbers over, lifts a leg, and... oh. This pond must be where the balneo photosynths mark their territory. You check your analysis to confirm. Yep, it's literally brimming with balneo piss. Good thing you didn't try to drink it. Ugh. Oh my god, we're so close to that biology being up again. Maybe we just need to get biology to that next milestone. I don't know. Maybe it has to do not with things that you do, but how high your skills are, if you can take care of Shimmer. Alright, we've got one more. Are you the yellow? Yes! Perfect. You spot an enormous, unfamiliar flower. Large, waxy petals join to form a basin, brimming with goopy yellow gunk. The entire thing has a sticky, melting look. The awful smell of the juice permeates the area. It's like something died here. Now this one I'll ask. Drinking the goop is probably a really bad idea. I think we wait and watch. Because putting your hand into a big old thing is probably also a bad idea. I like Shady Cats' last two things. Drink! Don't drink! One of the nearby bushes starts rustling. Oh, it's another bush bub. It approaches the plant and dips an arm into it, bringing it to its face and licking it. Then it sticks its head right in there and drinks. You should try not to gag. Blech. Oh no. Oh no, Ditsy's on a longer stream delay. I'm sorry. After some long, deep gulps, the bush bub wanders away looking slightly tipsy. Alright, well, we're gonna drink it then. It smells horrendous and the taste is indescribable. The moment it hits the back of your mouth, you start gagging and salivating uncontrollably. Throwing up is a relief. Despite your initial discomfort, when you're done emptying your stomach, you realize you feel incredible, like you've been totally cleansed inside and out. You feel invigorated. All your noise attracts a nearby bush bub. It comes scurrying out of the bush, growling and cackling at you. Didn't kill him, try it. This? Okay, if you're that invigorated, that might actually be... oh no, the foil of mobile, I'm sorry. Okay, card becomes physical. +1 to physical cards. And do we have a 3? Do we have a 3? Do we have a 3? Gosh dang it! Got a ton of 1s. We got 5s. 5 becomes a 6. And we get that straight. Bushbulb, leave my crack stash alone. Okay. Card to the right becomes a 3. We've got 3 3s. It just becomes a 3. Sure. Super goal. It's not the most elegant one, but let's just hit that and go. The funny creature rears up and stomps the ground intimidatingly, but by reading its body language you realize it's just trying to move you away from the big flower. Back away slowly, talking softly to it. Good, Bush Bub. You keep your gross stink flower. It's all yours, buddy. Alright, there was a thing near here, right? Yeah, let's grab that. And then we're at 60 stress, so let's go home. We've got the Vertumna Festival to pull that back down. Then maybe we do Xenobotany, having hit that thing. I don't know. It's Vertunalia! Time for speeches, games, and feasting. You stare hungrily at the feast table. Sure, it's mostly sword rations, but it's still more food than you usually see all at one time. There's some potato pods and some roasted slabs of fungi, and a few dishes of earth vegetables from the greenhouses. You try to sneak some food before the speeches start, but Chief Engineer Instance catches you and smacks your hand away. Your mom gets really mad at her, and it causes a huge yelling match. Your dad directs you away from the table as Instance blames your mom for the way things are right now, whatever that means. Your dad passes you a soy sweet to keep your tummy busy during the speeches. He's the best. Governor Udicat takes stage and manages to calm everyone down. Welcome, everyone, to our 4th Vertunalia celebration, she says, speaking through a maxophoner. Her voice has been getting weaker lately and can't reach across the square the way it used to. I'm proud, as always, to stand before you as your governor, and to celebrate another year of peace and prosperity on this beautiful planet. Udicat steps aside, wobbling a little as she walks, leaving Seek to complete the annual formalities. Your mom steps forward. Before we get to the feast, I'd like to thank our cultivators for their hard work this year, she says. As you know, we lost our hydroponics and microbial soil during the wormhole accident. It has been difficult to grow anything in Vertumnan soil without them, so our output isn't where it should be. I'm sorry. A ripple of concern murmurs through the crowd and your mom continues. We're doing our best in geoponics, and I'm proud of each and every member of my team. Hopefully next harvest will be better. Last time we played, they had some sort of, like, bean that I was like, it's dangerous, and they did tests, and they're like, oh yeah, that's actually not great. As I remember, this year in Vertunalia, I didn't know that. The beans were out there, the kids had them, and it ended up actually compounding with puberty hormones and just messing everyone up. Udicat's weedy voice rattles through the maxophoner. Thank you, everyone. Let's get on with the games. The crowd packs away the chairs as children gather in the square. Which competition do you participate in this year? We've been doing science fair a lot, so let's do that. Tangent's science fair project is monstrously complicated. She gives a 20-minute speech about cell division in a few different Vertumnan species that goes not just over your head, but the heads of everyone in the crowd. What is she even doing locked up in the lab all day? Instance is intrigued. She asks Tang a series of questions, soon honing in on something Tang overlooked. Tang is so upset with herself she can barely finish answering. Tammy is also completing this year. She charms the judges by showing off her beaded bracelets, each of which illustrates a DNA double helix. The judges compliment her scientific accuracy. She ties one on each of her wrists, then teaches everyone how to make them. Your turn. Yo, good for Tammy! Hers have always kind of been, like, fuck-ups in the past, but I'm thrilled that, like, she's actually, like, doing shit. Alright, cool. So, +1 for gem on other cards. And so we got a couple of 5s, and we'll just do that. That's a little low, but it's fine. That said, ooh. Two, 3, 4, 5. +1 to strength challenges. It's not that, but we get, oh no. +2. So this goes that. So we got 3 4s. We still need to make up another 10. Oh no, oh no, +1 to a card and change it to yellow. And then +2 to a card. Look at all those 4s! Hit that super goal. Oh my god, reasoning is so close to a... Your project this year is on power generation, explaining the ways the colony will be able to generate power once the nuclear engines eventually need to be turned off. You've compared the efficiencies of burning mushwood pellets, spark snow, or the thin oil they found under the southern swamps. You'd love to outfit the colony with solar power, but those panels are full of precious metals and you haven't found alternatives for in Vertumna. You conclude that wind and hydroelectric power are the easiest to maintain and the most sustainable, impressing everyone with your working model of a hydroelectric dam. Force for the win! Finally, it's time for the feast. The feast isn't anything special. Most of the same pressed soy rations you've been served in the canteen for all your life. The foragers have contributed great slabs of fungi that have been grilled like steak. Not that you've ever had a steak to compare them to. The offerings from Geoponics this year are as slender as your mom warned. There's a few tureens of roasted potatoes and carrots, but everything looks so scrawny. Everyone gets a taste, but not much more than that. It's so unfulfilled. What have your parents been doing in Geoponics this whole time? This sucks. This is so weird. Yeah, because like last time it was everyone's celebrating that we've got these new beans or something. Why are your parents like this? You suddenly shove your food around your plate. You don't even want to eat anymore. You're so pissed off. You're probably just hungry. Eat your dinner. You do feel better after eating something. Everyone's in high spirits after dinner, breaking off into little groups to talk or make music together as the sky darkens for the shortest night of the year. You feel your mood improve by the minute as your friends pull you into a fun rhythmic clapping game. As your irritation fades, you wonder if this is what Congruence meant when she warned you that your hormones would make you feel out of control sometimes. When you go back to your quarters to get ready for bed, your dad gives you a big hug. It's exactly what you needed. Okay, mid-dust. We got some talkings going on. Let me just make sure that we don't... I don't have empathy up. Last time, did the beans make you super moody? Yeah, it was like more moody. There was like shouting matches for no reason among all the teens until Tang was finally like, wait a minute, I think I know what's going on. And I think it might have been around the new year. Like, it might have been around Glow. I don't really remember. Cal... Okay, Mom. Mom and Dad are taking a midday break in the shade of a trellis and wave you over as you approach. Sabote! Sabote, come here, your dad says, pulling up a crate with his foot and patting the top invitingly. Come spend some time with your old mom and pop. How's your day been? Alright, I guess. Our fearless explorer, your mom drawls, taking a swig from her canteen. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand and passes the canteen back to your dad. Made friends with any alien life forms yet? Your face goes on a journey. Friends with any... What? Do they know about Sim? How could they? Your parents chuckle at your expression. Wow, Sabote, your dad says. You know, like the little hop eyes that sneak in, or a blip bug. Oh, those kind of aliens. I thought for sure they were talking about Sim, but... Hey, while they're asking... Do we say anything, or do we just... Nope, just boring old humans. I am transfixed by how smooth that emote gif is. Well, just one alien named Sim. Tell me you met an alien, a smart one. 2 legs, 2 arms, and a humanish face. You had conversations with him. He likes humans. Your parents exchange a dubious look. We already checked, kiddo, your dad says. There's no alien civilization on Vertomna. None's still alive anyway. Don't you think they would have contacted us if there was? Your mom snorts. Maybe they're scared of us. She pats her leg patronizingly. This is like a dream thing, right? You dreamt you meant an alien, like you used to when you were younger? I know you've always had trouble telling your imagination from reality. Don't you think you're getting too old for these stories? Okay, let's... Just kidding. We don't push it, because we don't want to spend a month in sickbay. I was just kidding. Sometimes I'm not... You know, side by side with this, because we're off doing our own thing on expeditions, and it's comforting to feel like there's someone there, but, you know, it's neat when it's not a human. Just kidding. Mom and Dad laugh. Good one, Sabote. Your dad chuckles. You really had us going. You and Dis are sitting on the tailgate of one of the expedition vehicles, shelling bobber seeds with your teeth and spitting the hard bits on the ground. Now and then one of you points out something funny a passing surveyor does, or spots something under the mush trees. This is the easiest way to talk to Dis, by not talking at all. Also, I said I could guide you towards saving him, not that I could guarantee it. Okay, no worries, no worries. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of chance, I think, in some of these playthroughs. Dis has always been like this. Being isolated from the other kids has made him thoughtful. Out of everyone, you think Dis might understand about Sim, be able to keep the secret. Do you tell him? Yeah, Dis we tell. You tell Dis that you saw something interesting when you were out on an expedition. Dis perks up immediately, turning to look at you. Yeah? He says. What? I met an alien, Dis. His jaw drops and his face goes an interesting color. You're worried for a moment that he's going to be upset with you for teasing him, but... No way, he hisses, leaning in. But I met an alien too, Sabote. What was yours like? I mean, like us, but an alien. He describes Sim. Long, dark hair. Big eyes. His faintly purple skin. The way he never seems to answer any of your questions. Wait. You met Sim too? You nod, and Dis's hand flies to his hair. He said he met another human boy, but he didn't say who it was. It was you the whole time. He made me swear I wouldn't tell anyone, Dis says earnestly. It's a weird expression on him. He said that if other humans know about him, bad things would happen. So, we can talk about Sim, but we have to keep it a secret. What do you mean, oops? It's fine. Everything's okay. How do you think he's so good at hiding? Yeah, no one else knows. I haven't said anything to my parents. I gotcha. I think I saw him turn into a tree once, Dis says. That's silly, right? What do you think he eats? I've never seen him eat. Maybe he eats plants and stuff? He's always barefoot. Maybe he sucks it up through the bottoms of his feet. Okay, this will be our secret. Good, he says simply, then repeats it. Good. You go back to shelling bobber seeds in silence, watching the colony go about its business. Okay, let's xenobotany right now. See if we can use what we learned with the flower. Nope. So if there was, there would be a bunch of like things coming up in story. This is just kind of flavor text before I get to work. Sometimes you need to do controlled experience and need to tent off entire sections of geoponics into clean zones. That's when you feel like you're doing real science. Beakers and petri dishes and Bunsen burners. Oh my. Xenobotany, hear no botany, speak no botany. Boo! Cool, I could do a 3. Oh. Well, let's get a +1 on the result here. And those 4s. Yeah. But you're just sad you didn't come up with it, Boner? Maybe a little. Okay, biology definitely got there. Collectibles respawn faster and more slots are filled. Cool. Okay, late dust. Cool. Ditzy, I wouldn't mind a nudge in the direction of something that might help us with Shimmer. And again, knowing that it's a might and a maybe, not a guarantee. High five. Bunk. And if you would rather Discord that to me so that you're not putting like anything that might be spoilery in chat, that's fine too. In the meantime, everybody, hydration break. I know that Ditsy's on a bit longer of a stream delay watching on mobile. Ah, my knee. Here sitting cross-legged in my chair, and it's like, huh, it's not meant for that. Ooh, would have thought. I'll Discord so that you don't have to worry about spoilers for people. Cool, 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 cool. So while we do that, reasoning, I feel like the next thing we do, actually, while Ditsy does that, I'm gonna do something just to get reasoning up. Ooh, we could apply to be a tutor. That's a new job that we could do. So we'll keep that in mind, but for now, +2 reasoning, that's what we're gonna need for another milestone. So let's study engineering. So that we can get that reasoning in. Hi, kids! The ship's onboard intelligence, Congruence, glides into the room on our ceiling track, and the class cheers. Congruence is so cool. She's like a person, but also a machine. She knows a lot of jokes and can tell you anything about space. She never gets bored or frustrated by your questions. You all know me, she says, but I bet some of you have questions about how I work. What do you want to know? I feel like we've talked to Congruence a lot. So maybe we just listen. Congruence, also hot. I don't remember all the kawaii stickers. I guess I wasn't paying as much attention to to her art. Alright, we'll go with, how do you know so many things? My brain's big, she explains. It's just enormous, really. Much bigger than this little monitor you see here. And it's connected to the ship's holonet. So anything you can look up on your holopumps, I just know. Congruence explains that she had to do all kinds of calculations to help fly the ship and land it, and that she was designed to provide a user-friendly interface to the ship's systems. But Hal modded me to be far more than that, she says proudly. Now I can even tell jokes. Why did the computer cross the road, she asked. I don't know. Why did the computer cross the road? Congruence smiles widely. I'm gonna be so mad if this doesn't actually translate to anything. To get a bite to eat. B-Y-T-E. To get a bite to eat. That was actually kind of worth it. Oh. I'm actually going to mark that one for, let's see, what was that? That was about 130 in. 130 translate congruence joke. Okay, cool. I realized that I haven't been clipping highlights a whole bunch lately, so it's okay, we could do that. Random card locked in a slot. Great, that's, we love that. Well, get a +1, so now that's a couple of 2s. 4, 5, 5. Okay, so our engineering, fine, but reasoning went up. +1 to mental cards. Blue cards get +1 in mental challenges. Okay. Not as exciting as it could be, but that's fine. Tang, what's up? Tangent is deep in conversation with one of the other scientists. He seems to be consoling her, though Tangent's face betrays no emotion as he claps her on the shoulder and reassures her that she's doing really well for someone so young, and that everyone compromised some of their samples when they were first learning. He leaves, and Tangent sighs as she goes to put her head in her hands, stopping short when she realizes she's still wearing gloves. She peels them off and digs her fingers into her eyes. Regale. Lol. I was gonna ask how horny you were, now I understand. Yeah, that's fair. Being all of a sudden being like, damn, Congruence, hi. What you doing later? Can I get your number? Oh, right, everywhere. You okay, Tangent? I'm fine, she replies immediately. I compromised an experiment I was working on because the vent was still open when I was spraying the workstation down with sanitizer. It's so gross here. Probably did that fungus a flavor. A favor. Please tell me the quantifiable measuring units for horniness. You know, for some Bob is charging. Bob is charging, oh no. Tangent takes a bottle of sanitizer from under her workbench and cleans while she speaks. There are pollen spores everywhere, she whines. And he comes over here and tells me it'll be okay, Tang, like it's his job to console and patronize me. I hate being patronized too. You both sigh in unison. I hate being young, she says bitterly. Why don't they understand that we have higher expectations for ourselves than they do? I need to learn from my own failures. We got a +5 and it became a +15. What I don't need, she continued icily, is someone to pat me on the head and tell me it's okay and the adults will make it all better. I messed up, she says. Just let me fix it. Don't make a big deal about it like I'm a child with a boo-boo. On a previous stream, I've actually asked Riggy to keep it in her pants, but she wasn't wearing pants, so it went nowhere. Okay. You're not doing anything out here? Alright. We've done the exploring that we need to do here. What can we work on? Engineering could do more. Let's do humanities. It's been a while since we've done that. We could do... Actually, no. Apply to be a tutor. We're brainy. We can help other kids be brainy. The notice is still on the engineering holoweb. Professor Hallow is looking for someone to help with after-school tutoring. You should know the basics and be a quick study for the rest. Please apply. You tell Hal you're interested in the job. That's great news, he says, beaming. You're one of my best students, Sabote. We'll start you off as my assistant for the younger kids, but I bet you'll be helping the older ones in no time. There's no shame in that, though. Everyone learns at their own pace. As you know, I hold classes every day. Just come by whenever you have time. I'm sure a smart young man like yourself is in high demand around here. Oh boy, Buddy's gonna have to change it to 18 plus. Actually, does the game have a warning on it? I know that there was a lot of hydrate after talking about going out. Okay. Keep it under your skirt. I know that the game has a lot of content warnings. I wonder if it does on Twitch. Okay. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Hydrate because we thirsty in here. Yeah, that's it. Let's do some tutoring. This is good reasoning. Get a bit of empathy. Some kudos and some stress. Yeah, let's do a bit of tutoring. Hey, Sabote, you made it. Hal claps you soundly on the back and welcomes you to class. Everyone, you know Sabote. He's here to help you with your classwork, so don't be afraid to ask him if you're stuck on something. He turns to you. Thanks for helping out. Some kids are here because they need a little extra help. Others because they work best with a partner. No judgment. There's lots of different ways to learn in this classroom. You settle in to help the younger students learn how to use their holopalms to access the HoloNet, Congruence's massive database. Congruence has everything they could ever need. Music, movies, games, novels and comics, a calculator, a timer, an encyclopedia, textbooks, the colony's social media, specialized tools for different jobs like architectural holograms. It's a massively powerful tool, and it's in their literal hands. They're mostly interested in the games. Some understand it less than others. Why do we gotta read about stuff? Nougat whines, poking dejectedly at her holoscreen. The skin around her newly implanted holopalm looks a little red, like she keeps picking at it. I just want to go play. First off, that looks infected. Let's get that cleaned up. You take a close look at Nougat's holopalm implant. The edges where it meets the skin are peeling back, and it looks red and puffy. No wonder she's having a hard time concentrating. It looks like it really hurts. I haven't, fully explored this, but, if you do a lot of tutoring, you see a lot of Nougat, and you get to see her grow up, which is really kind of cool. Why does the colony have social media? There's a peek at someone's butt and some slightly spicy dialogue, but that's about it. The game is sorely lacking in 18 plus spicy content. Now, not necessarily saying that it has content. I'm saying on the main screen, it says, hey, here's a bunch of content warnings of main character death and stuff like that. I'm just wondering, when you tune into some games on Twitch, it's like, hey, you're tuning into an 18 plus game. Are you sure? And I don't think this game has that warning. Anyway, you take her to medbay, put some antibiotic cream on it, and wrap her hand so she stops picking at it. She's excused from this lesson until her implant heals properly, so you spend some time with her afterwards showing how your own holopalm works. The quieter environment of the medbay seems to help her concentrate, and soon she's zipping through Conqueror's archives on her own. Looks like you're getting pretty good at this tutoring business. Okay, +1 to mental cards. +1 for gems on other cards. Becomes mental. I think we get 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then let's just get a +1. There we go. No butts. Everyone has them. Alright, ton of reasoning, a little bit of empathy. Yeah, I don't think it does, which is odd now that I think about it. Really should have the 18+ rating for the content. Yeah, it's like, not even, again, not necessarily spicy content, but because of, yeah, like, themes, thematically. A lot of people get fooled by, like, you know, just pretty art. Also, I like the builder clearly read the chat and decided I'm not engaging. Listen, I was tutoring a child. There's a peek at someone's butt and some spicy dialogue. OMG, butts, butts, boobs, butts. Okay, I missed one of the lines. Sometimes I do that. Other times I'm just like sometimes I'm just like, y'all have fun. Other times I do miss a line. Like, that's what happened there. I just missed the line. Now what you gotta do is swap the consonants at the end. So instead of boobs and butts, it's a boot. No, that's just boots. But bubs is kind of funny. Anyway, let's do some xenobotany research. You're running out of things to study. Maybe it would help if you went out and foraged for something yourself. You might discover a whole new species of plant. Okay, I think I need to, excuse me, hold on to some of these collectibles, because sometimes I can pop those in to study them. But let's do this. Oh my god, we have an 8. 7. Yeah. Let's go with the flush. +8 biology. Oh my god, we're gonna max that so fast. But it wants us to go out and do some exploring for the next one. We've got the plains more or less filled in. What are we looking at? We could do animals. Ooh, our reasoning's at 40 now. We could do more studying with Tang. Okay. You find Tang leaning against the wall of the laboratory, looking out into the hustle and bustle of the colony. Auntie Seaton tried to talk to me about puberty today, she said, rolling her eyes. It was a pleasure to tell her that I seem to be suffering no ill effects from the malady. She crosses her arms and shrugs dismissively. Perhaps there's a limit to genetic recombination therapy, as I do not seem to be undergoing the effects common among those who are born to this array of hormones. I should advise Chief Engineer Instance. You offer to help Tangent with her schoolwork, but she just shrugs you off. I'm not working on school anymore, she says. Chief Engineer Instance says I'm smart for my age, and my talents are wasted in school. She opens her holopalm and shows you some of her lab notes. Ugh, it's so much work, though, she complains. Honestly, maybe it'd be better to be like everyone else. Unintelligent people seem to be happier. Just then, Anemone and Nougat go tearing by with a sports ball, hollering at the top of their lungs. On second thought, forget I said that. I'll keep being smart, thank you. I did notice that that music track was a little loud. I don't think I turned it up. Not credits. Yeah, no, everything's still as it was. I think just that track was mixed a little loud. Oh, you know what? Do we have any more about socks? Can we... Let's see. +2 biology, +2 toughness. This is +3 toughness. Let's do that. Let's get a little more toughness. But, like, doing this kind of thing, sometimes we get socks updates. This month, your mom has you and Cal digging out rice paddies. You put on mud waders that are way too big for you and stumble into the soggy muck. Cal starts nerding out about mud as he does. The ground's so soggy because the lower gravity means the water takes longer to seep down, he explains, pulling a big clod of mud out of the ground and slopping it into the hoverlift. At least when it's raining, you don't have to use wheelbarrows. Everything's so swampy and warm on Vertumna, not like the dry recycled air on the stratospheric. The wet ground makes the roots from our earth plants rot easier, so they need a ton of mush tree mulch. Or this kind of puffy lava rock kind of thing? He stops and rubs his face, smearing mud across his cheek. Maybe we can do that next. I like smashing it up into tiny bits with a hammer. It's nice to be outside with Cal. The tropical rain is never too cold, and Cal's great company. Just think about all the cool stuff that's out here, Cal explains. Who else gets to shape the planet and provide food for the colony? No one, that's who. The job is the best. The people doing expeditions get to help, too. Come on, man. It's a group effort. He keeps on digging and nattering on about cool bugs he finds in the mud. You goof off a little and have fun. Your antics eventually lead to you slipping, and suddenly you're up to your armpits in the mud and laughing as it oozes down your oversized waders. Okay, Nope. Figured I'd check. Oh my god. Playing that card sucks. Let's get rid of that. 4. Ooh, I did not expect to hit super goal on that. That wasn't a great array of cards. In fact, I probably could have flipped them, but it's fine. Alright, good. Add to toughness. Hey, now it's glow season, everybody. What does everyone have to say during glow? Easy to read when it's dark. What's Nem got? Good. We can't explore during glow, right? No, we can't. We cannot leave during glow. You're way too scared to go outside during glow season. Besides, the gates are closed. So, unfortunately, that's closed off to us. I think we've done good in engineering in the past during glow. So I think if we're tutoring, like it's a scary, scary season. So if we're tutoring, we're hanging out with the kids, might be helping them when it's kind of scary out there. Even the sneak out way, I tried to go over there and nothing happened. You're helping Anemone with her math assignment. Ugh, she groans, rubbing her hands down her face. I hate this. I don't want to do any more math. Other kids like you get to choose what they do all day now, but I'm stuck in here learning stupid linear algebra. It's linear algebra, but you don't correct her. I'm only here because my mom told me I gotta take more math and science classes, she grumbles. She says if I want to do anything except play sports ball all day, I need to know stuff. She smirks. Joke's on her. I only want to play sports ball. Okay. You're right. Math is dumb. Doesn't seem like us. Math is more important than sports ball. Doesn't seem like good for a friend with Anemone. Sounds like Anemone might have dyslexia. Anemone. Nobody noticed. Nobody saw that. Nobody knows what just happened right there, right? There's not a record of that forever? There's only a record of that for like a week, unless I added to the highlight for this stream, like I just noted too. Well, let me help you anyway. Anemone sticks her bottom lip out and looks away, crossing her arms. Okay, +1 empathy, +2 friendship. Kind of strikes the balance. Doesn't get a memory card, but neither of those cards were like great ones anyway. She sticks her bottom lip out and looks away, crossing arms. Fine, but only because it's you and not because my mom told me to. A few hours pass. You're not sure Anemone is any better at algebra, but at least you've earned your kudos. Oh no, Buddy's making a record of that. Oh, I could have done pet upgrading. I could have done pet training in the park or something. By relaxing in the park, I can... Okay, that's fine. I bet we're going to be stressed the hell out after Glow, so we can do that for the first month next time. For now... Oh, +2 to the last card. Not a straight, but boom, that 8. What's this one? Card becomes a 2. Well, it's already a 2. Bunch more reasoning, a little bit of empathy. Okay. Another year, another Glow. Everyone's pretty sure there's going to be an attack this year, so the colony is on high alert. You're collecting glowflies in the geoponic gardens with Cal and Anemone when the sirens begin to wail. You all stop what you're doing and look at each other nervously. Your parents run off to defend the farms, telling you to get inside the greenhouses and stay quiet. Anemone declares she's going to the walls to watch the soldiers fight. She knows a good spot. Do we watch from the walls or do we help defend? I know, well, Cal I think is going to stay inside, and staying inside is with Cal. But I think when we have the opportunity to do something based on a skill, yeah, we help. +15 rebellion. You scramble down the walls and are immediately faced with a seething wall of hop-eyes. You kind of thought there was only a handful of these usually peaceful creatures in previous years, but there's swarms of them now. And not just hop-eyes. Once your eyes adjust to the chaos, you can see large creatures that look like walking bushes. These wild centipede-looking things with long spider legs, and at least one giant many-eyed thing that's hovering clear off the ground, defying gravity. They all seem to be incited into a frenzy, attacking everything in sight and trying to get through the walls. It's dark and chaotic. Com sees you through the fray. "Sabote!" he shouts. "Get to safety!" You're suddenly not sure this is a good idea. Oh no, combat 13 or... I'm not even... 30 or greater, I'm not even close. But then you look up and see Anemone shouting encouragement from up on the wall. I think fight tactically is what we need here, but I'm gonna fight bravely. Making up with guts what you lack in sense or skill, you charge in without a plan or real weapon. You're immediately rammed in the side by what looks like a living pile of rocks, and you go down. You see sky, then dirt, then sky again as you toss through the air before you land in a heap at the base of the wall. Through the ringing of your ears, you can hear Anemone screaming for Com to help. Oh no! You stumble to your feet, body vibrating with adrenaline. If I ran, maybe things would have gone better. You can feel blood trickling over your face, and it hurts like someone stabbing you in the chest when you breathe. Com runs over and sends bolts of energy coursing from his stun gloves to the creature. Being mostly comprised of rock, it seems unfazed. It does, however, swing its head to look at him, giving you a chance to flee. That is an impossible challenge. I've never, ever, granted in my 1.5 playthroughs of this, seen impossible. I've seen hard and difficult. I've never seen impossible. I think we gotta run. Right? Try it? $88. Okay. We have, you know, actually, it's not impossible. We have so many of these cards to switch suits and add values. It's fine. It's fine. That card, and the card there gets a +3. There's not synergy there except for being a flush, but that's fine. From the start, use items. Good call. Let's +1 to this and +2 to this so that we get a straight. Good. 63 left. Card gets a +3. It's a really nice thing to have there. 7, 9. How do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? Wait, what's there? That's a 4 that's there? I'm trying to think. So, oh, I don't have Xeno eggs, so I can't change anything to red. So if I... Oh, boy. 5, 6... 23. This would leave me needing to make up 40. We can't do that. I can only have 1 to change it to blue. I have 3 things that can change to yellow. I can redraw the hand, but I feel like my hand's okay. I'll just draw a card. Yeah, I mean, we have so many of those. Let me just, boom, draw. There. Change sim to blue. Oh, good call. We'd end up with a -1, but we'd be able to put stuff... No, I don't know about that, because we lose... Like, we're getting a +1 there. If we change sim to blue, then we'd only have a flush of 2 things here. We're at 23 right now. This does better because... Okay, that's... Let's add 2. So we've got 7, 8, 9. There we go. I think that's solid. How many mushwood logs do we have? Let's pile that on. There we go. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we've got kind of mid-range cards here. We're still getting a +3 there, but it's weird that it's in the middle. So we're going to drop that one there. It's a 3, it gets a +3, and being the highest one, it gets another +1. Yeah. We can change the thing to blue. Yeah, let's do that. Man. Your broken body is leaking like a garden hose, but somehow you manage to improvise a spear out of a bit of rebar from the ever-present construction and throw yourself at the gargantuan creature. You and Calm duck and weave around the monster, him getting its attention and you jamming your spear into its armored body, looking for weak points. It seems impossible. This thing is all rock. You can feel yourself beginning to lose hold of reality, your vision fuzzing out at the edges. Finally, Calm yells. There, as it roars. You lunge for its snapjaw mouth and jam the spear in and up. You can feel its flesh parting as the spear lodges up in its brain cage and sticks, and the spear is ripped out of your hands as the creature howls in pain and rears up on its hind legs. With a mighty crash, it collapses to the ground. I'm pretty sure my first time through, Calm died here. I think I stayed behind with Cal, and I came out and I saw Anemone crying over Calm's body. Calm limps over to you and supports you before you crumple with it. I don't know how we did that, he says, awestruck. That's probably the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. The most stupid, he laughs, but also the coolest. Come on, let's get you to medbay, hero. Alright, gained memory, felling a giant. -3 to cards with higher values. Thematically nice, kudos. Friendship with Anemone. Your parents are arguing quietly at your little table. I'm telling you, it wasn't a fluke, your mom says. They're not just wild animals. They have a plan. The fields, the lights. Okay. Yeah, that was... So, the way that it rates how hard a challenge is going to be, I think is based on how strong your deck is, too. Because last game I had... Like, I've done 88s, and they were considered hard. That was an 88 that was impossible, because I didn't have as many powerful cards in my deck. Okay, your dad replies, taking her hands across the tabletop. We have to tell people what we saw in geoponics. They look up, noticing you in the doorway. Your dad's worried expression quickly changes to a smile. Hey, Rutabaga! He then sees that you're limping and still a little loopy from the medbed. Sabote, what happened? Are you hurt? What happened in the fields? Mom stands up. Don't worry about that. Get to bed. It's late, and we have a lot of work to do tomorrow to clean up. Okay, time check. Because we did exploring, that went a little longer. However, we're still going to get another year of play in as people are growing up. We're getting new art. I mean, it's 100% stress, but that is new art in the upper left up there. The rating scales on your deck strength. Okay, so what's going to happen is that we are going to go to BRB. I am going to warm up some lunch. I recommend everyone take the opportunity to do a bathroom break, grab some food, something like that. We will be back in somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes, however long it takes for me to warm up lunch and go to the bathroom myself. So, everyone, we will reconvene shortly. That's not a button. But there it is, the BRB button. And we are back. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for riding with me on that break. And as I remember that right, I could also do like an actual ad break during the time as well. Hi, Big ZD. What's everyone else doing for food? What did you have for breakfast? Or what did you grab yourself while you were out? Steph made Big ZD for dinner last night, and there's so many leftovers. So I see we've got Shady and Griffey back. Not sure if we've got Riggy yet, or Ditzy. Eggs with chicken and cheese, very nice. I am an adult. Corn dog and apple. Perfect. I have pasta and cheese. And many meats. Well, 2, but you know, it counts. Alright, hey, Winamp, I need you underneath the game window. There we go. Okay, let's go meet everybody. Welcome back, Riggy. Aw, Tammy's new art looks so nice. Tammy is sitting very quietly, her knitting forgotten in her lap. One of her ears twitches as you approach, and she winces, shaking her head. I keep getting the feeling that someone is coming. Like, they're looking for me? She says, rubbing her ear. I must be hearing things. Our empathy is high enough. Perform a random act of kindness. Last night was stir fry with new noodles we were trying. Wish I had the leftovers of that. Hey, that's promising. I realized that I love the scones because they're made like Irish soda bread. Ooh. You start simple. You give her an enormous hug, sharing the love. You know, gotta wait till we're 14 to do that. Tammy gets a lot of hugs, but you make sure this one feels special. She hugs you back, wiggling back and forth happily. She's surprisingly strong. Friendship, empathy, and sharing is caring. Thanks, Sabote, she says breathlessly as you squeeze the wind out of her a little. I really needed that. Oh, before you go, she adds. She produces a box with a slice of cake in it from the folds of her skirt. Do you want this cake? They're so fun to make, but I need someone to help me eat them. I'll make you another on your birthday if you like, and we can trade hugs for cakes again. I was gonna say, wait, can I just trade hug for cake? Need to make food later today and have leftovers for the week. What do you think of my hair? Mars asked, fiddling with the end of one of the twists. I see you eyeing it. I'm growing it out. She sighs and buries her face in her hands. Oh, it's so boring here. I am literally watching my hair grow. That was a big chunk of cheese together pasta. Morse is annoying, but she's also getting hot and I like her fashion. Maybe I need a cold shower. Well, maybe, but also, like, yeah, like, she's the one focusing on fashion. She wants that kind of life. Good for her. I, too, can help with getting rid of excess food. You spot Cal kneeling in the dirt, digging up root vegetables and frowning. They're so small this year, he says, holding one up and examining it. I'm like, wait a minute, we're getting to, like, teenagers and voice drop and stuff like that. Maybe there's just not enough nutrients in the soil. Is it something we're doing wrong? So we're going to have to do a relax, which we need for injured as well as our maxed out stress. What are you working on? Cal looks a little sickly. Well, I found this really pretty flower growing in the garden. I've never seen it before. You take a look at it and soon begin to feel sick yourself. Wait, is this plant radioactive? What? It's radioactive, Cal says, backing up quickly. Good thing you knew that. What do we do? You're not sure, but if you study it in geoponics, you might be able to figure out how to neutralize the radiation. Oh, cool. So I can do that in xenobotany now. Cutie, I like his mini braids. Also, everyone's really into mesh and fishnets. Dis is rifling through his backpack, and as you approach, he pulls out a handful of dried roots and fungus strips. There's actually a lot to eat out there, he says, looking out into the wilderness. You just have to pay attention and listen. Alright, Acne's hitting him a little hard, but he looks pretty cool. Obviously, you guys don't have different looks. OMG Dis! My emo mystery. Dis went to Hot Topic! Don't get bit by it. Poor way to get superpowers. Wait, get bit by the radioactive fruit? Anemone's in the middle of tying her mane of hair away from her face. Oh, hey, Sabote, she says, hair tied between her teeth. Just... hair tied between her teeth. Hold on. There's a twist tie here. Oh, no. Here, a keychain. Oh, hey, Sabote, she says, hair tied between her teeth. Just about to go for a run. Wanna come? Alright, it's relax time. So let's relax in the park where we can do some training with Squidly or whatever we named them. Relax in the park. You play with your Vricky, Squidly Botason, hanging out with them just outside the walls. It's uneventful, which is exactly what you needed. You try to teach them some simple commands. Stay, follow, speak. It's adorable watching them tilt their head from side to side when they're trying to figure something out. They don't seem to really get it, but you get the impression they're trying. You quickly realize the Vricky must be named after the sound they make when they're happy. A whirring clicking noise. From a weird spider tentacle creature, it's really cute. That's how you get superpowers. By getting bitten by a... oh my god, please. Just a gigantic chunk of cheese holding all of this together. Huh? The zero is basically useless. This at least can be used in a lot of flushes. It's your birthday. You wake from a night of blissfully peaceful dreams. No nightmares, no premonitions, just a pleasant feeling of contentment. You stretch your arms over your head, blinking in the watery, quiet sunlight that seeps through the porthole window. Things are always changing on Vertumna, but you can't help but feel like things are changing for yourself too. Not just your body, but your mind, your emotions, your future. 14 is going to be your year. Your parents have been working around the clock since the last attack, trying to get the fields right again in time for this year's planting. Spark snow's already started falling, and every day they come home complaining about having to clear it. They ask you to ping them when you're awake so you can share birthday breakfast in your quarters instead of sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else during breakfast service in the canteen. You fire them a message and lie back in your bunk, watching dust motes float lazily in the light. After a minute, there's a knock at the door. It's Antecedent! She sweeps into your room with a bustle of skirts and shawls and sits down beside you on your bunk. Oh, look at you, she says. Happy birthday, beautiful, 14 years old. She leans in and gives you a motherly kiss on the forehead. It's been years since she took care of you in the children's creche, but all the kids still call her Auntie and think of her as a close relative. Her sweet baking bread smell is still as comforting as it ever was. She sits back and takes one of your hands in hers. Sabote, ever since I held you in my arms as a baby, I knew you were so special, so important. You're becoming a young man, but I want you to know I will always, always be here for you, just like your mom and dad, she says firmly. I think we probably just go with thanks, but I'll let you guys decide while I grab a bite. Just kind of like, okay, thanks. Like, I'm not going to object and, oh, gross. Why does this feel ominous? I don't know what you're talking about. We're going to see which characters are LGBT. Yep. Yeah, thanks, I think is what we go with. Yeah, so, true, we'll definitely see which ones are, like, yeah, we'll see preferences and such, and, hold on. I love mozzarella. Oh gosh, hold on. I expected that to break a little lower. This might sound... It's fine. Thanks, antecedent. She smiles and tucks an unruly lock of your hair behind your ear. I guess you're old enough to call me Aunt Anne now if you like, or even just Anne. Now come in here, Aunt Anne says, spreading her arms wide. Give us a great hug. You hug her, enveloping yourself in the warm and familiar softness of her. Over her shoulder, you see Anemone standing in the doorway. Well, her hair, anyway. She's been growing it out, and there's no hiding it behind a corner. Spell said, oh, that's the LGBTQI plus game. LOL, didn't even have to tell him what it was about. She skips into your quarters. Happy birthday, bud, she says, bouncing on your buck. Way to get older. Enjoy being 2 years older than me for a few months. I thought you were on your way to medbay, Anne tells her, and Anemone shrugs and turns to you. Annie's supposed to get her menstruation cessation implant today, she says. Mom! Anemone hollers. Gross! Sabote doesn't want to hear about my period! I don't know, hold on. Stop doing the kids higher pitch. We gotta bring it down a little bit. Anne smiles fondly at her daughter. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Annie. Getting your period is a beautiful thing. It reminds us that we have the ability to make life. It's a sign you're growing up and becoming an adult and ready to take on the responsibility of taking care of that life. Anemone wrinkles her nose and throws herself at your bed. I'm never making life. Ew, pass! Would get that implant, right? Come on! I'm going gross-a-rooney on that one. Last one to get slapped. Oh my god, there's so many votes. We need a tiebreaker. Gross, says Ditzy. Alright, gross-a-rooney. Right? Anemone agrees. She's always like this. You think this is bad? When I first got my period, she made me a cake with a red gooey center that said, welcome to womanhood. She rolls her eyes. It's bad enough I, like, shot up overnight and got boobs and want to cry all the time. She has to go around telling everyone, too. Your parents finally arrive, still damp from the fields and bringing in the smell of crisp, tangy snow on their clothes. Oh, look, birthday visitors, your dad exclaims. Annie, staying for breakfast? Anne reaches into her bag and brings out a stack of tiffins. No, thank you, but I brought your order with me from the kitchen, seeing as I was stopping by. She pats your hand one more time. Happy birthday again, Sabote. You'll always be my baby, even when you're all grown up. Yeah, it's counting myself. We had a vote on all three, so Ditsy's vote to gross is that was the tiebreaker. Listen, I'm not running things formally here. It's vibes-based. Your mom shakes her head as Anne and Anemone leave. Oh, Anne, she laughs, sentimental to the core. She starts laying out the cutlery for breakfast. I don't know how the colony would manage without her in the children's creche, she says, and points a fork at you. Family's more... Hold on, I actually have a fork instead of this random fidget thing. Family is more important than the people that birthed you, Sabote, and don't you forget it. Alright, and we're set now. We relax, we've still got heroic. Excuse me. And... oh, Tammy! Tammy beams when she sees you, like there's nothing better in the world than the sight of your face. Happy birthday, Sabote! She exclaims. She comes in for a huge hug. She smells so nice, like vanilla and flowers, and she's really good at hugs. This is for you, Tammy says. She steps back and reaches into the one of many deep pockets of her dress, producing a little paper box. I made you this, she laughs, opening it to reveal a little snack-sized cake. It's only a soy cake, but it's a soy cake made just for you. You take a bite. Okay, it tastes just like a regular soy cake, too. Tammy did what she could with what the colony has. Tammy watches you eat the cake with a look of delighted satisfaction. You can share it if you want, she hints, smiling sweetly, if that would make you happy. Yeah, of course I'm going to share it with you. Tammy laughs. I was just kidding. I made my own, silly Billy, she says, pulling out a second box. Let's eat them together. It's Surprising to get that from your mom, but sure. Oh yeah, the family is more important than... okay. What do we do in our birthday month? Tang! Yeah, Riggy, I think you missed Tang's new art. Tang watches a stink roach skitter behind some nearby boxes, a look of intense disgust on her face. I hate it here, she spits, shuddering. Giant bugs, constant peril, climate. We're better off on the ship. She grimaces. Many humans carry the erroneous belief that we are great explorers, but I cannot see how that's true. It would be better if we could photosynthesize, or breathe gases other than oxygen, or endure a greater range of temperatures. No, you see, all humans have ever had going for us is that, until now, there have been more than enough of us to die idiotic deaths without making a dent in our overall reproductive fitness. Damn. Well, they are brother and sister, as much as they don't want to admit it. Yeah, let's do an exploration. I think we've only still got the plains open to us. No, wait. We have the radioactive plant. Let's study it. Then we can do exploration. Back in the lab, you have all the right equipment to properly examine that radioactive plant you found. Maybe you can find a way to protect yourself from them so you don't need to drag a radiation-proof virus suit with you every time you go to that part of the planet. Oh, fudge. Radiation poisoning isn't the killer it used to be on Earth. With medbeds, you can flush out deadly doses of radiation in a few hours. It could still make you really sick, though, and high enough doses could kill you before you're even able to reach a medbed. How confident are you that you know how to protect yourself? We're gonna go with not at all. Good call. Maybe you can come back later after collecting more samples. So, when engineering gets to 40, then we can study that again. Oh, none of you has a gem? Come on. I wanted to hit that. Okay, biology's really getting up there. Let's do an exploration, then we do want to focus on getting our engineering up, so we can study that plant. But let's survey the plains again. So with a new year, everything has reset. Utopia's sorting through stuff the foragers have brought back, putting them into bins to either get analyzed or taken straight to the kitchens. Hey, sweets, she says, not looking up. You heading out? You and Dis take care of each other out there, okay? She sighs. I gotta get through all this before day's end. It'll take me all day. Unless you're here to help out? Sure. She lays out an assortment of mushrooms. Alright, here's a simple one. Which one of these fellas is poisonous? Pick the right ones. Are those edible? Oh my god, that art. Mushrooms? Psh, you got this. You know what kind of mushrooms are served in the canteen. It's easy to pick them out of the assortment. Great work, sweets! Utopia exclaims, a big smile on her face. You're a regular pig. Don't worry, that's a compliment. On Earth, they used to use pigs to sniff out buried mushrooms. Go out there and dig us up some way, don't you? Finish up what we're doing on the survey teams, but come back next month and I'll put you with the foragers. You'll be in the Valley of Vertigo. It's one of the best places to forage for wild berries or other edibles. Unlock Forage in the Valley in expeditions. Cool. Alright, so that is the next one that we've got unlocked. Okay, repeat the pattern. We've done this one before. If there's one that we've done before, I'll just kind of skip past it for time. And we'll probably run into a fair amount of these. There will be new ones, but like... words, things, and stuff. 1, 2... We can do better than that. 1, 2, 3. That's not. Sure. But yeah, we're just gonna breeze right through just to save time. We're going to try to cut a direct route. I think we can talk to Dis again. Dis isn't right here. Okay. We might find him. Cloudy day. Oh, it's the big thing. I do not have perception high enough to analyze. Oh my god, I am one short. Can I swap something in, or can I not do that during an event? Nope. You look up to what knocked you out of the way. It's Sim, of course. How does he always know exactly when you're in trouble? He stays by your side till the thing passes. That was what we call a wanderer, he explains. Usually they live in mountains, but some years they come out when it rains to drink from the clouds. They're a rare, remarkable sight. You're very lucky to have seen it, and to be saved by you from it twice. Oh, there you are. Hello. You're sitting on a hilltop eating a sandwich when Sim strolls casually out of the jungle, the bushes barely stirring as he brushes past. He sits down close to you, crossing his elegant legs beneath him on the bare ground. He watches you intently without saying a word. Keep eating. He watches you eat. He looks like he's choosing his words carefully, considering what to say. Finally, he breaks the silence. Is eating food pleasurable? I'll offer him some of the sandwich. He takes a piece with thanks and tries it, chewing thoughtfully and quietly. He replies, his face neutral. What is in it? Zucchini. It's a vegetable from Earth. You explain to Sim that zucchini is boring, but about the only thing that grows well here. And the bread is made of grain that grows in geoponics, which is fed through a grinder to make flour and mixed with yeast and salt and baked in an oven. Sim is riveted. What else? There's mayonnaise? Sim mouths the word mayonnaise silently. What is that made of? Oil and water, emulsified by soy protein? You explained that it would normally be made with eggs instead of soy protein, but eggs are so fucking expensive right now! But the decision was made long before you were born that the colony would rely more on plant-based proteins to avoid the ecological burden of caring for domesticated animals on board the Stratospheric. Sim nods intently. And why 2 pieces of bread instead of 1? Why does the bread go on the outside? Because a hot dog isn't a sandwich, my guy. Why do you care? It's just that humans are so fascinating, Sim blurts out. He blinks and straightens his shoulders. It's just that my people conceptualize time on a quite different scale than humans do, so we are rather boring. Or no, predictable is more the correct word. It lends itself to a far lesser degree of chaos. He smiles. Humans, though. Now you are a rather chaotic species, aren't you? In only one short generation, you completely reinvented your society to adjust to life on another planet. Novelty is something of a novelty in a stable system such as this. He picks at the frayed hem of his clothing. Why, even this is new. I have no need to cover my body for protection, and certainly feel no social or moral obligation to. Sim extends his arm, preening. How did I do? Y'all horny fucks want me to flirt with them, don't you? Volume warning on yelling about eggs. I pushed the mic away, it's fine. If every pork chop were perfect, we wouldn't have hot dogs. Oh my... Ditzy, with the unrealistic stream delay, nonetheless the first to respond, yes, we flirt with Sim. That is unanimous. Do you have anything that needs covering? Sim blinks rapidly and smiles. Well, that is an interesting phrasing. Regardless of what is under my clothing, the phrasing of your question implies that I would feel a need to cover it. And the answer to that question is no. I do not feel I need to cover anything on my body. He folds his hands in his lap. Perhaps it is not the answer you crave, but it is the one you deserve for the time being. You have a million questions for Sim. How does he speak your language? Where did he get the clothes? How did he know your name? Sim only holds up his hand with a wistful smile. I would answer your questions if I could. I'm afraid, however, that it is simply not the time. What is your earth saying? The trees have ears? He rises to his feet, not bothering to dust himself off. I like the feel of those words in my mouth. Your language is so beautifully complex. +4 if it is the only blue card. Interesting. You watch Sim walk down the hill and disappear into the trees as if he'd never been there at all. Not even the grass is bent where he sat. Well, if you have no need to cover, then Ganeki. Thank you for the Hydra Redemption. Sponsored by W. Get yourself 10% off with the panel below. Okay. There was a yellow event down this way, I do believe. You almost bump into Dis. He's being so still and quiet, hunched over and looking down a little knoll. He shushes you and points. Don't scare them. You follow his finger to see what looks like a bush shaking violently. 2 bushes, actually, on opposite ends of a clearing. Oh, they're bush bubs. From far away, they really do just look like plants and rocks. They're fighting over territory, Dis says. How do you know that? If you're quiet, you see them a lot. You watch the 2 creatures face off, rhythmically rustling the leaves that grow out of their heads and backs. Their gangly, branch-like antennae swing over their heads as they rear up to their full heights. Even from far away, they look imposing, like agile boulders. One goes, then the other. They watch each other carefully, alternating and repeating each other's motions, trying to outdo each other. Ultimately, the smaller, more graceful one seems to be declared the winner. The loser plops back down and shuffles away into the jungle, defeated. Oh, there's not a yellow one down here. Okay, that's fine. I'll be in my bunk, Riggy, probably. It's the same room. I can do both. Y'all. Okay, we did try to get close last time. Let's find a good angle on it this time. Oh boy, I do love a locked 3. 2, 3, 4. Poof. No, let's just go points on that. Okay, 3. Do we have a 4? We have 4. Do we have a 2? We have... Oh, 4, 5, 6. Do we have a 1? Oh, I don't have a 2, though. That's weird. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, we've got it anyway. Poof. Win. Oh, true. Yeah. Oh, I wonder if they would stay that way between rounds. If I do a +2, if it would stay +2. Anyway, it was fine. You climb up a tree and get an angle from above, not disturbing your subject. It comes out great. Very avant-garde. Utopia is glad for the shot. I like to make Utopia happy. Oh, this will be the last one here. Bravely approach the water. -2 to neighboring yellow cards. Oh, I want you to add +2 to yourself. Poof. Just do that. 5, 5, 5, 2. Okay. Shiny thing, crystal cluster. 2 worn out and have to go home. Alright, that's fine. Bunch of perception. That's getting up there. Now we can, like, accurately get out of the way of the, Oh god, what are they called? The tall things? Okay, how's Dad doing this year? You hear your dad sneeze all the way from engineering. It's explosive, like he's trying to scare away predators. He's wiping his nose as you approach on a handkerchief blotted with shimmering pink. Lately, he's also surrounded by a fine dusting of pink pollen that clings to him wherever he goes. You keep brushing the glitter off things in your quarters. He gives you a hug, then brushes pollen off your shoulder, laughing self-consciously. You haven't heard him laugh much lately. He's been working hard trying to improve the colony's food supply. He's showing signs of malnourishment, too, though your mom's worse. You're worried for both of them. Your dad's skin is shiny in patches. He sees you staring and rubs his hands over his arms. Sparkling dust poofs off of him in little clouds, scintillating in the light. Oh yeah, it's a new symptom, he says. Seems harmless, though. You should see Instance. I will. She's as busy as we are these days, though. There's no sense bothering her. I'm doing fine, really. Your dad sniffles. Gosh, I feel like someone stuffed a whole potato pod up my nose, he says. Like I could just poke a stick up there and pop fresh potato juice. Dad, gross. Wanderer, that's what it's called. What? It's true. I wonder if the foragers could use an extra hand. Yeah, maybe I'll join them out there tomorrow. Neither of your parents are taking proper care of themselves. They're so stressed out from the poor harvest and low food supplies. They try not to let you see it, but you can tell. Maybe your dad's right. A little seasonal illness is nothing compared to the danger of running out of food. Let me see here. That's still not, like, upgraded. Upgrade pet cards via relaxing in the park. I think we're going to do that again. You visit Cal and Socks before your work shift one morning, just to check up on them. As expected, Cal has Socks out for her twice daily playtime. Hey, Sabote, he says, waving. Look what I taught Socks to do! At his gesture, Socks stands up on her hind legs and wiggles her upper body at you like she's waving too. It's impressive. Typical dad. Fine, cannot see doctor. It's all fun and games till you die. No, it's fine. Dad's never gonna die. Who's a smart girl? You are! Next, Cal gestures in a circle, and Socks curls up in a ball. Then he raises both hands in the air like a scary monster, and Socks rears up and chitters menacingly. Cal says pew pew, and Socks rolls over and sticks all her feet in the air. You count at least 14 legs. What happens when she outgrows her box? Socks clambers up on Cal's arm, almost toppling him over with her weight, and curls across his shoulders like a scarf. She looks seriously heavy. Well, people hardly use this barn anymore, Cal says, adjusting her weight. It's just storage. Maybe she can live in the rafters? You're pretty sure your mom comes in here often as the head of geoponics, but you hold your tongue. Socks hasn't been discovered yet. Maybe she's really good at hiding. Does she get lonely? I think so. She used to sleep all the time, but now she needs to run around and climb a lot more. I still come here every morning and evening to let her out, he says defensively. And she goes back into her box right away when I tell her. She's a good dilly pillar, I promise. She knows she's not supposed to go outside without me. I think maybe she's just not a baby anymore, you know? How do you find enough food for her? Cal looks distressed. It's really hard. She eats so much right now. Tons of leaves and grasses. Those rocks, of course. I think she swallows them all together and chews it up in her guts like a float cow. Her teeth look like they go all the way down her throat. I don't know if I can keep hiding how much food she eats, though, he says sadly. Those are both decent ones, but let's get rid of the two. I was hoping I would get a chance to frickin' train my Ricky. You're surprised when you wake up and your mom and dad are both still in your quarters. Usually they're gone long before sunrise. You pull back the curtains and they look over at you with big smiles. Sabote, your mom says, cradling a mug of blep tea in her hands as your dad rubs her feet. Good morning. Good morning? We haven't wanted to worry you, your mom replies, but there's a reason we've been working so hard in geoponics. There was an accident during wormhole transit just before we landed, and we lost geoponics in the hull breach. Our algae tanks, our microbial soil from Earth, it was all destroyed. Once the soy rations ran out, we'd have been in deep trouble. But, your dad chimes in cheerily, between everyone's hard work farming and foraging, we finally have a steady supply of food. For the first time since we landed, we have enough to make it through until harvest next year. Just until next year? Your mom shrugs. It's better than this year. We'll have to take stock again, but what we managed to do should keep paying off, and it won't take as much work next year. Your dad sighs happily. I'm already looking forward to dinner. I haven't had time to really cook in ages. What should we have, Sabote? Corn on the cob. With mashed potatoes and garlic gailan. Traditional veggies, Earth style. You and your parents cook a private meal in your kitchenette. Your dad does most of the work, but you help. When you sit down for a quiet family dinner, you realize this is the first time you've done this in... You can't even remember how long. You talk about your day in the most mundane ways possible. It's so pleasantly normal. Hungry no more. Ended the famine. We were in famine? Hey, I got an achievement! You and your parents stuff yourselves silly and talk about the things you'll be able to do together now that they can relax and take more breaks from work. Every bite is heaven, and made even better by knowing that you had a real impact on the colony's future. Maybe just because I've done like enough foraging and stuff that has added to colony food. Cool! I didn't realize that was a thing I was helping with! Okay, no one has any... I'm betting that's due to you doing the geoponics event early on that added food. Probably, yeah. Glad that helped out. Alright. So we can do foraging in the valley now. So let's do that. Forage in the valley. +2 perception, +2 biology. Well, we're not gonna... Wow, we're about to max out biology, ain't we? Oh, right. I want to do engineering so I can study the radioactive plant, but... Utopia greets you warmly as you muster for your first expedition with the foraging team. So, Bote, I'm glad you can make it. You can make it. I'm ready to sniff out the tasties. Good luck hunting out there, she says, handing you an oversized backpack. More like a basket than a pack. Use your holopalm to identify edible and medicinal plants, and just throw them in here. I'll sort them back at base camp. Oh, and keep on the lookout for creatures. It's pretty peaceful out there in the valley, but even a little bug will get you if you're not careful. Go slow. Pay attention to your surroundings. If you're unsure about something, don't approach it. Stay on the path. Don't get lost. We don't call it the Valley of Vertigo for nothing. Any questions? We prevented colony collapse! Now your dad doesn't have an excuse. Very true. So we could clumsily flirt with Utopia. I'm keeping eye contact with the chat window. I would say flirt, but that's just such a shit line. It is, though. It's so bad. Not even worth it. Oh, good. Okay. Even Riggy has standards. No, I'm good. You're about to leave when Utopia snaps her fingers. Hold up, Sabote. We're also investigating some species we could domesticate. Those we'll want to tag and capture. Ideally, we're looking for herbivorous creatures that already live in herds and either produce something edible or reproduce quick enough that we can slaughter them for meat. If you see anything that fits the bill, tag them and bring them back. Hope we get another chance, though. Oh, grab that. And that. Oh my gosh, there's so many things to grab. Something about the ground here draws your attention. It's oddly lumpy. What's up with that? Okay, actually. Oh no, that one had one too. Okay, never mind. I thought I was gonna set up a 4, 5, 6. That's fine. Just do this. Actually. I think it comes out the same. Nope, that's better. Alright, cool. What the hell did I just miss? We had the opportunity to flirt with Utopia, but it was a garbage line. Riggy rejecting a chance to flirt since it was weak. Yeah, it was... it was weak game, and we don't acknowledge that. Let's see here. What am I doing? Playing a game. Ugh, that Sportswell one is killer. That leaves us with 30 to go. Twos, actually, hold on. Let's get our twos out of the way then. Ooh, no, that's fine. Okay. Oh, that's better. Look at all those 4s. Look at all those 4s. You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them. That too is important knowledge. Whoa, it's a potato minefield. Underground, the recent rain has swelled the young melons to bursting. Better watch where you step or you'll end up knee-deep in potato juice. The good news is, they're tasty. Forage 1. Yeah, we don't need to reduce stress right now. They're so dang heavy, the calorie to weight ratio isn't optimal. Most are too young, but you find a ripe one. Dig it up and roll it back to the depot. An absolutely enormous tree forms part of the path here. Its roots cut natural stairs into the path. Its magnificent canopy of large, flat leaves completely blocks out the sky. They arch overhead, almost to the ground on the other side. Walking under it's like going through a tunnel. In the tunnel is dark and gloomy, unseasonably cool and filled with the whispering of leaves. You get the sense that something is aware of your presence. I don't know, whisper back. We're always going to do the challenge and get some pluses. Card gets +2, so 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. Boom. That felt nice. Not so much there, so we're just gonna boom, boom, boom. Yeah, just get some flush points there. 5, 7. Perfect. Got the super goal. Some extra animals. Oh, that's getting real close to leveling up. A nearby leaf unfurls and offers you 2 large, hard nuts. You feel a sense of peace and cooperation wash over you, like you and the tree have an understanding. Well, I'll eat one and plant the other. Yeah? Or do we want to bring them both back to Utopia? We're not going to eat them both. Super dig that when you hover your mouse over the art for a bit, credit for the artist appears. Yeah, on all the cards, I think it is. So, in the full resolution that I'm playing, it's visible the whole time. It's just easier for you to see when it zooms in. Alright, votes right now. Bring both back and plant one. Any other votes? Because those are the 2 that I'm thinking of deciding between. You've ended the famine, so plant. Okay. Eat one, plant the other. You crack one of the nuts and eat the meat inside. It's bitter but tasty. You take the other one to a clearing about an hour away and plant the second nut. Good luck, haunted tree! Cool. Oh hey, Sim. Yeah, we'll make it there. You hear a rustle in the bushes and catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure. Could it be a person? Whatever it is, you quickly lose sight of it in the jungle. The wilderness is thick here, as is the fog that comes in waves. You need to rely on your tracking skills to go further. +1 to red cards. No. Oh wait, it's not a thing. Sure. +2 to a red card to the right. So we do that. Oh my god, I tried to set it up to be +1 and +1 there and then +2. No, it'd be 7 and then a +1 having the highest value. That's fine, I guess. Either of those are 7, but that's a 4, which is higher there. And then we'll just do that to set up a couple of flushes. Still need 32 here. 5. +1 to the card to the right. Oh god, this is... Okay, I'm gonna have to use some cards on this one. Yeah, it's item time. Okay, let's see here. Let's do that and make you... Right, I don't have one to make you red. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's redraw the hand. We've got so many crystal clusters. I don't know if that was actually a good idea. +1 for gems on other cards. +1 for gems on other cards. Ugh, if you had been a 4, it would have been better. Robopower is dumb. Okay. That's that. That's that. Probably shouldn't have done what I did. Actually, maybe if we do that and make it blue. And then we'll probably just drop some mushwood logs on stuff. Yeah. Oh, that would have been a good idea. Making that another 4. I used 3 logs. So. You're looking for a person, so it's surprised when you come face to face with a weird looking creature. Kind of looks like a person a bit. More like a tree, really. Some relative of the bush bub, maybe? But more tentacles and slime. Like a tree oozing with goopy sap. With 2 legs. Ugh. Makes some sort of noise as you back away. You come across a cluster of mushrooms. Are they edible? Only one way to find out. Well, there are a few ways if you're not a fucking coward. Identify the mushrooms. Biology challenge. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Okay, +1 if that has the highest value. Doesn't, it does the thing. What's better? Good. Fine. Only way to find out. Eat 1 and see. You can test that item on the locked card now. The what? Oh, that's true. Of, yeah, doing... Oh, what did you say specifically? Of just using items in general, or... Yes, using items on a locked card. I see what you mean. Blue would be better. Boom. If I +1 on... Do I have a bobber fruit? I only have 1 bobber fruit. I don't really want to do that right now. 4, 4... Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's get some good cards in here. Hey, there we go. 5s and 3s. 5. 5. 5. Make that one a 5. And we get a +1 on blue skill win. There we go. Wait to see if it carries over. You determine that the mushrooms aren't only poisonous, but explosive as well. You mark their location down in your hollow palm so other foragers know to stay clear of the area, and Utopia rings you a few kudos for good scouting. You almost walk straight into Sim's feet before you see the men. Watch out, Sim says from where he's seated on the branch above you. You should be more cautious. It's a dangerous planet. Take a closer look at Sim. Oh, so this is just randomly running across him, but since we have high perception, we can do that challenge. It's only fair that you observe Sim in the same manner that he often observes you. Intently, and while hidden behind a tree. You pretend to leave, then double back and watch him from a short distance away. You hope you'll see what he does when you aren't around. Sim looks like a human, if an alien had to draw a human entirely from written description. Too tall, too long, his eyes too black, his whole posture too weirdly attentive. His hair is the most interesting part, so perfectly kept for someone who seems to live in the wilderness, and sometimes you swear it moves in ways the hair shouldn't, like the first time you saw a time-lapse video of a flower turning towards the sun. You watch in silence for nearly 10 minutes, but Sim does absolutely nothing. Y'all want me to flirt with him, don't you? He tilts his head like he's listening to the wind. Then he leans over to stare at a random patch of grass for too long. Eventually, he turns to stare straight at the spot you're hiding. He purrs. Do you like what you see, sugar bug? You know I do. Good, he replies. He tosses his long hair over his shoulder and extends his hands, baring himself for your inspection. It is not a crime to be curious, he says. Why, I find myself very curious about you. You look your fill now that he's offered. You find yourself constantly drawn back to his deep silver eyes and the hypnotic motion of his hair. and within moments you find yourself more relaxed. Sim's faint smile fills your vision, blanking out the rest of your senses. Do not be alarmed. Be not afraid. His voice sounds like it's coming from the bottom of a well. I have the ability to induce a mild sedative effect in organic creatures. I find it useful in reducing their cortisol levels so I may tend to them more easily. If you find it soothing, I would be happy to use it on you at your request. You have simply to ask. Well, let's get an egg. Get an egg. Thank you. Eggy. You might almost have missed this place, but for some reason you feel compelled to stop and look around you. There's something weird about this place, about the springy, spongy dirt. You have the faintest memory of eating the ground? That can't be right. That's right, the ground is edible! You kneel down and feel the spongy texture beneath your feet. You pull out a chunk and brush some dirt off of the... Dirt? Wait, what? It all comes back to you. In a dream, in another life, you recall taking a sample of this porous substance, sponge cake, and studying it in the lab. You remember discovering that it's nutritious and can be easily cultivated. In your mind's eye, you see fields of this stuff, and more drying out in the sun. The kitchens would take it and grind it into flour. +5 colony food. You dig a chunk up to bring back with you. Later you'll take it straight back to geoponics and plant it in a back field. No need to ask anyone. You already know it's perfectly safe. By the time the other farmers notice it, they'll have a healthy crop of sponge cake ready to be harvested and turned into real cake. They'll wonder where this miracle came from, but you won't tell. Anyway, hey, get rid of some of my stress if you would. You find Sim in deep conversation with a piece of fruit. What would you say is the purpose of this fruit? He asks as you approach. It depends on whom you ask. To the tree, the purpose of the fruit is to house the seed and entice other creatures to ingest it, carrying it away from the tree to a place where it may take root. He holds up the fruit. To the bush bub, the purpose of the fruit is to nourish the body. They do not care for the seed at all. How, then, do we determine the purpose of anything? Hey, could you help me chill? Of course, Sim murmurs, stepping into your space. His cool hands alight on your cheeks, tilting your head to look in his eyes. Within moments, you feel the burdens of your day lift off of your shoulders, like a balloon floating into the sky. -5 stress. Your consciousness reasserts itself sometime later, and you find yourself held in Sim's long arms. You blink away the brain fog and piece yourself together, thanking him for the experience. He smiles. It was my pleasure, Sobote. Stay safe out there. Get another bobber fruit. We are still pretty darn stressed, so we got 2 more things that we can do, unless this one really piles on. A line of termite-like insects crosses the path here. Curious, you follow them to your destination, a massive sponge-like hive of crawling bugs, writhing with life. The bugs are tending to larvae nested in the holes of the sponge, feeding on the rich royal jelly that oozes from the hive. You step in for a closer look and hear a warning hiss from above. Atop the hive is a queen, whatever it is. Wait, no, she is the hive! This is a squeeger hive. Her abdomen is swollen and lodged into the ground here, rendering her immobile, but not defenseless. The hive queen groans and growls at you, and the air prickles with the burning flavor of acid. She must have some sort of defensive acid spray. The jelly looks pretty edible, though. Let's wade in and harvest some sap. More like rigor mortis. Ooh! Getting... hanging out with Sim. Let's do that for red across there. First collectible use is free. Nice, nice. Let's see here. How do we want to do this? Jelly. Listen, there's some people IRL that can reduce your stress by 5. It's always nice to be around them. Very true. Riggy's trying to figure out how to flirt with the wildlife. Oh boy. That's a 5. Let's. But then that breaks that. Oh, duh. First one's free. Poof. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2. That wouldn't do it anyway. So we need to get more creative. So far, none of the wildlife has appeared sexy, but I do not give up hope. Boater's one of the friends. Oh, thank you. I don't blame them. The wildlife includes a lovely man. I don't know. Maybe it does get pretty wild. Am I right? Let's, Jesus. Let's just draw another card. See what else we got. Hey, a 5 is solid. We got so many medicinal roots. I don't know if it even, like, caps off at a certain number. Get a bunch of these. Interesting. I just realized I don't have any cards that are, oh, +1 per unused card in your hand. I had a bunch of those my first time out. None of these are amazing. Let's see here. Let's +1, but keep you yellow. And then +2. And then +2. I was using a lot of items. I need to relax more and get rid of the lower. Milking the Squeeger, which is stressful. It gets colony food, +1 to animals. You get in there and squeeze out some jelly from one of the Hive Queen's many holes, somehow managing not to get sprayed too badly by her acid. Some lands on your arm, in the back of your hand, and sizzles briefly, but you keep your calm long enough to escape with your bounty. Thank you for the Hydrate Redemption. And is this another Squeeger? This will be the last one that we do. You find a Trippet, a large, tasty plant? Kinda? You've heard it's sort of like an animal too. Like a lot of creatures on Vertumna, it kind of defies classification. Whatever it is, it's huge. It's practically taller than you are. Thank you for the Hydrate Redemption. Let's harvest some stalks. Start breaking off the freshest and youngest looking shoots. The plant shudders. Analyze it. Okay. 5, 6, 7. Milking the Squeeger. Ooh, a bunch of 5s. 5. 5. 5. Let's, nope. Nope. That way. Boom. Next round. Yeah, this went a lot easier. Playing a drinking game, but just Boater is drinking. It's fine. Yeah, the plant is alive and sentient like an animal. It's definitely not happy you're ripping its limbs off. It's hard to tell if it's in pain, really, but you'd say discomfort all the same. I'm gonna stop. Yeah, something about you doing just feels wrong. You make a note on your map of where it is, but oddly you never find it again. Alright, time to go home. We gotta do some stuff close to home. This stream's going on a while, huh? Okay, anybody up for chatting? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Nothing. Let's try to relax again so that I can train the Vricky. Your mom is tending to her garden as you relax nearby. You're both happy to leave each other alone, but you can hear her muttering to herself as she pulls weeds. Every day, she grumbles. You'd think I was never here at all with how some of these weeds grow. I thought that bringing only nice plants would mean we wouldn't have to weed as much, but these Vertumnan plants, they're unstoppable. She pulls hard on one weed, which turns out to be a huge creeping vine that yanks out a few flowers. Ugh, I just want one place on this planet that's ours. I'll help. You get down there and help your mom pull weeds for the better part of the afternoon. It's surprisingly hard work. By the end, your back and shoulders are aching, and the palm of your hands are on fire. Your mom dumps huge armfuls of weeds into a wheelbarrow. These go all the way to the edge of the colony, she says wearily. Whatever plants those roots belong to, they're invading my garden. She turns back towards the walls and yells, "You stupid pink bastard! Stay out there where you belong!" Alright, we'll forget that. These aren't the cards I want to get rid of. Alright, it is dust. Ooh. I got biology maxed out! Enhance your DNA in engineering. Okay. Okay, let's see what that's about. Mom, get off my lawn. It's more, get not my lawn, become not my lawn. Tinker with your DNA. Of all the people in the colony, you understand genetics the best, besides Dr. Instance probably. She trusted you to attend to the Genetech machine. With access to a machine like this, you could probably give yourself a new genetic enhancement. Sure, you probably shouldn't mess with your genome too much in vivo, but one little change couldn't hurt. Let's see what we get. We could do Eagle Eyes, which is we get +1 on a physical challenge win. Extra Fingers, +1 skill on a mental challenge win. Super Strength, +2 for every other physical card. And Calm Temperament, -5 stress. Oh, so whenever we play it, we get -5 stress. That's not bad, actually. Ditzy saying they like Calm. Shady has asked me to change my accent light, so you guys can decide while I'm doing that. I think the stress would end up helpful. Means we can do more. Yeah, it like all it would take is for it to come up 3 times when we're out exploring. We basically had a free exploration. So Calm Temperament. Nothing can phase you anymore. You're rarely frustrated and don't let anxiety get the better of you. Oh, that must be fucking nice. You brush insults aside, always play nice, and never having to be told that sharing is caring. It's a tricky process, much more complicated than modifying the malleable stem cells of an embryo. You wouldn't risk doing it again, but this time it works out. Dr. Instance knows what you've done, but you take her silence as tacit approval of your risky experiment. Okay, so let's... I want to get engineering up there so that we can do stuff with a radioactive plant. So let's study engineering. You should have known better, Tangent, you hear as you walk past the laboratory. Curious, you listen at the door. Chief Engineer Instance sighs. I know you meant well, but your presumption has cost us 3 months of work. You can't simply look at an experiment and change the parameters to your liking. Getting results is not the same as doing good science. Your findings, however scientifically interesting, are useless to us without sound methodological underpinnings. Tang's response is more subdued than you've ever heard her before. I'm sorry, Chief Engineer, she mumbles, looking down at the floor. I recognize the error of my ways. I should hope so, Instance replies, pinching the bridge of her nose with her fingers. I'll expect you in the lab first thing tomorrow morning, and I will personally supervise your work in resetting the experiment. You flatten against the wall as Instance breezes past you, barely giving you a second look as she strides down the hallway. You poke your head inside the laboratory, where Tang scowls and wipes her eyes. You could say cheer up, it'd be worse. She would hate that. I feel like this would be a platitude, needing reasoning 20 or greater, but it was, you know, unlocked. I could ask what she was working on, but I don't know if it would give me the option to do this. As a new scientist, I'm behind the chief engineer. Yeah, no, she's right, but, you know. I like this is probably one of the best chances we've had to look at what the hell a holopalm is. I like this. Give me just a sec. Okay, cool. So we have votes for first and third. I like this, but I do want to. We've got this unlocked, so let's do this. It'll be better the second time around. Friendship, and we help Tangent. Tang nods. You're right. The first experiment was plagued by inefficiencies, she says, pushing herself off the lab bench. That's why I changed it in the first place. In the new experiment, I can eliminate those inefficiencies from the start. Thank you, Sabote. You may have saved me 3 months of work. Losing the data was my fault, Tang continues. I wanted to prove I'm not the little kid from biology class, that I'm ready to work hard and really make great discoveries. Dr. Instance has always been there for me. When I was a kid, and now, with my mother gone, she's the only adult in this colony who sees what I could become. She believes that I can be better than what I am. It's always been that way. I just really want to impress her. You will. I certainly hope so. Okay. Look at all of this. Studying some engineering. +2 to the last card. Why the hell not? Which actually, that doesn't need to be in the first or second spot. So we do that. Super goal? Yeah, buddy. Get that engineering pile on. Pile on. Sounded like I said the word pylon, but 6 engineering, +5 from 1 super gold, Ricky gear, enlightened, and absorbent. Oh, that's right. +1 elemental skill. And I should just study engineering a bunch of times to get that up there because I've got that perk right now. It's time for Vertunalia, the yearly midsummer celebration where the colony gives thanks for its good fortune. This year, you have a lot to be thankful for. As you file into the main square, you see the feast table laden with the literal fruits of your labors. Great big piles of foraged food compete for table space with tureens overflowing with potatoes and corn, all steaming and gorgeous in the high dust sunlight. It was a lot of hard work, but you can be proud. You did this. You helped. Utica takes her place on the stage. My. Her voice soft and paper thin through the maxiphoner. We've come to another Vertunalia already. She spreads her thin arms in welcome. Let us enjoy our blessings together. The colony applauds and Utica bows her head in thanks. Everyone clears away the chairs for the annual competition. We're doing the science fair again! Tang has reworked her project from last year. You remember it, something terribly complicated about cell differentiation in vertebrate species, plant, animal, and fungus alike. She melted down when Dr. Instance pressed her on something, but this year she's all business, back and better than ever. Not only has she corrected her error, but added a ton more complexity and depth to her analysis. Instance listens intently and congratulates her on a marvelous comeback. Very cool. There's science fair, and then there's a doctoral thesis, which is how Tang is approaching all this. For her project, Tammy explains the science of baking and how the humidity here affects making bread. It's bad science. She doesn't actually explain how, just that it does, but it involves free samples for the judges. As she explains her creative substitutions, it's clear she was doing some science, just not what she said she was doing. Half marks for scientific process. You're up next. I'm surprised Tang hasn't become a bitter rival, given that you've beaten her in every science fair since the beginning. Well, the science fair is just a side thing. It's not what's important. Okay, I think it's safe to declare you've solidly saved Mom. Yay! Okay, so having said that, I will say in the first game, and I forget what year it was, she literally worked herself to death. We weren't getting enough food. She was there the whole time, and there's art of Dad kneeling over her body in geoponics. So we saved Mom. Geez, the amount of people just slowly dying in this game is tough. Yeah, I mean, frontiers are rough. It's not happy stuff, you know? Let's just do that for the pair and move on. I don't want to use items unless we have to. We only have 1 mushwood right now. Play that and get -1 stress. We've got a couple of 4s, couple of 5s. Save that 8 and see what happens. But it's 2 pairs. Buddy! Look at all this. 9, 8. I say we're saving items, but we get that 6, 7, 8. And, you know what? Just play that one so we get -5 stress. +2 reasoning, -5 stress. You've been studying the yearly attacks. They only happen during glow, but why? You've been graphing and analyzing surveyor data on the animals, and discovered the attacks don't correlate with natural behavior or migration patterns. You thought at first that the wormhole might agitate them. It does put off low-frequency waves during glow that haven't been fully studied. So a year ago you started monitoring the waves, and realized that there are actually 2 waveforms. One from the wormhole, and a weaker one based somewhere on the planet. During glow, when the vibrations from the wormhole are present, it seems to activate something of the planet's frequency, making it stronger and more complex. These frequencies run right through the colony like targeted beams, drawing animal migrations closer. It's almost as if something is summoning the animals. Okay, she comes in to cure cancer, you throw some shit together and win. Yeah, she does this every game if you can't get enough food. As far as mom dying, your first run through must have been a blow. Yeah, there were, again, I think Calm died, obviously Hal died, Tammy died, nothing you can do about that. There were a lot of deaths the first time through. We're doing really well this time. The game is designed to be replayed over and over again, rewards you with accumulated knowledge, and it does it really well. Still had to suck the first time when you learn all the bad timeline things to avoid. Yeah, it was rough. But it was still like really rewarding, and like I mentioned, I got into the xenobotany the first time because like mom died, and then dad died of shimmer. Sorry, spoiler. And I don't know if he'll do it this time. I really don't know. But you know, the whole next year I was just I did stuff that I imagined the character being insular and just not wanting to socialize with anyone, being depressed and just doing his own thing, and he got really into the botany. Steph says hi. And even now, when sometimes you still don't succeed, breaks heart. Steph cameo. The judges are amazed. This is a huge breakthrough, and it all happens just because you wanted to win the science fair. You have a lot of work to do to be able to use this theory for forecasting the next attack, but Red is excited to study this further. You win the science fair, hands down. Friendship with Tangent, friendship with Tammy, +1 colony defense, science fair champion, and popular. At some festivities, the whole colony takes a few days off for a break. I didn't optimize for the stress really well, but it's fine. Anemone and Com organize a giant sports ball tournament, and Anne sets up a food stall serving sweet potato juice slushies and spiral cut potatoes on skewers. The party just keeps going. It's great. Mid-dust. We are still getting the enlightened. Oh no, because we mastered a skill. We mastered biology. Let's just check. Is everyone good? No talkie, no talkie. Okay, let's keep just maxing out our engineering gains. While we have enlightened, I want to be working on engineering to really get the most out of that. And we'll take another explore month afterward. To further your engineering knowledge, you've taken a mini class with Chief Engineer Instance on the construction and maintenance of your holopalms. These devices are engineered bismuth crystals, embedded in the palms when you start school. They use the heat and electric current of the human body to power themselves, to talk to each other, and to connect to the holonet, Congruence's massive repository of information. You can barely remember life before yours. Holopalms were common by the time the Vertomina group first formed on Earth, and the square bismuth is grown in the lab, Instance explains. So the physical device itself isn't hard to maintain. The difficulty is in the display and touch interface. Instance opens up her holopalm, displaying a visible projected screen floating above her palm. As chief engineer, she also has one of the fancier versions that combines with a pair of eyeglasses to superimpose a projection right onto what she sees. The interface relies on plasma voxel generators, which require extremely small components that are impossible to nanoprint. The material will have to be mined from Vertomina itself. Tang raises her hand. Is it possible to hack these devices? She asked. If the biological electronic interface is so thin, is it possible to hack the human body? In a way, we've already begun to hack the human body, Instance replies. What do you call genitech? Everything the body does and is capable of depends on 4 nucleobases in different configurations. It's no different than congruence. Human and artificial intelligences are both built from a limited code, and are transformed into more by the building. Your genetic enhancements, super hearing and sight, temperature regulation, increased resistance to fear, disease, and fatigue, all present in the human genome, and unlocked by the power of science. The class splits into working groups to explore installing modules under your holopalm. You and Tangent are in a group together. She begins installing a mod that will let her scan inorganic materials and get a reading of their chemical compositions. Well, I'm gonna download my own mod. Tang's definitely going down the transhumanism road, absolutely. She raises an eyebrow impressed. What module do you choose? A nonogram puzzle game? Something to help find lost objects? A radar speed gun? A bacteria sniffing sensor? Probably either 2 or 4 for like actual useful stuff. But like, I have a nonogram game on my phone. It's currently building a picture. But you know, we'll get there. Listen, as an ADHD person, that would help the most. How many water bottles have you lost so far in 2025? More like rigor mortis. Alright, so we've got a vote for lost objects and a vote for bacteria sniffing sensor. I don't know if these actually have gameplay impact or if it's just flavor. If memory serves, it doesn't have an effect on later gameplay. March isn't even 30% done and Shady Cats has already lost a water bottle. Okay. Tie-breaking vote goes to bacteria sniffing sensor. +3 biology. I don't need +2 biology. Ding, your holopalm can now help you analyze the presence of over 2,000 different kinds of bacteria and other unicellular organisms. This should be helpful in your studies of biology, mycology, and medicine. Alright, we've got a card locked in slot. Let's see here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Super goal. Imagine lost things would have added to organization. Oh, that would have been nice. Alright, +6 engineering. Alright, draw an extra card at the start of the challenge. Good. And what are we at? 34? Cool. I lost my glasses the other day. Needed to use my backup. Found it a few days later on the floor in my office. Okay, cool. So we've run through that enlightenment perk. Tang wants to speak. Tangent looks up from her holopalm, blinking as her eyes refocus on the middle distance, then on you. Her previously long hair is gone, buzzed close to her scalp. You almost didn't recognize her when you first saw her. You wonder if it was caused by a lab accident or something. Hello, Sabote, she says, already cagey. Did you need something? Hair! I mean, what's up with your hair? She'll get so mad, I'm sure, if we go with hair. I think I just went with, came by to say hello, first time around. But if y'all want me to just go, hair! Then I can. Hair. Alright. Tank shrugs. It's too hot here, she says dismissively. If evolution hasn't seen fit to solve the problem, then adaptive behaviors will have to do. Need empathy 40 or greater. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm pretty sure Tangent is ace, so she is repulsed if you flirt with her. So we'll go with I like it. Not into flirting with Tangent. I mean, I tried to flirt with Tangent a few times my first time through, and she was just, She's not ace. Okay. What do we know about her? Not much. Tang. Don't know relationship and whatever. I can set up a poll. I just 1 for, 1 against. Oh, can I do that over here? I should like do this kind of thing more of having manage a poll. Poll management. Create a new poll. Riggy, you have a type, lol. Flirt, what's the worst that happens? She does better with the flirting once older. That's fair. What is my type? Not Tang, obs. Alright, that's 3 votes for liking it, for I like it, and 1 vote for flirt. Okay. Yeah, she may also, like, even if she's not ace, she could just be very, like, results driven. So maybe if she gets to a point where she's, like, happy with her level of achievement, then maybe she'll be more open to relationship stuff. Anyway, I like it. She shrugs again. Would you like me to add you to the tally of people who have an opinion about my personal appearance? It's quite riveting if you're into that sort of thing. She turns back to her reports. This is not about looking good, she says. This is more efficient. Alright, cool. Poll ended. I think Tang is more Demi, which is sort of on the A spectrum. Gotcha. Okay. So, there's Anemone. Let's check in with everyone if we can do the extra training. Stupid acne. Top everything else. I got this too. Talk. Okay, reasoning 80 for that. Up. Don't have the empathy for that. I do not care about... fine, I'll talk to Mars. Do not have persuasion for that. We've maxed out the stuff to do with Cal. I think it was biology. So we don't even have the option to do something. Hey, we got Bravery 40. I dare you to go into a restricted area. Yeah, I feel like of the visual novel games we played, that I could just, like, assemble them and figure out more like rigor mortis' type. Like Leah from Boyfriend Dungeon. You dare Dis to explore the creepiest, darkest part of engineering, deep down where even Chief Engineer Instance never goes. Under the recycling rooms where they say there's ghosts. You set the mood, then sneak around behind him, put your hollow palm flashlight under your face and shout, "Boo!" He rolls his eyes. Sabote, think about it. If there were ghosts on this spaceship, one of them would be my mom. Oh. Yeah, you guess that would scare a normal person, but this still isn't scared of anything. How are you guys doing? What's up? Need me for something? Hey, I've got Organizing 20. Tell her what we learned today. Doing paperwork. +1 for each unplayed card. There it is. You've been learning about different organizational methods in school. Alphabetical, chronological, Dewey Decimal. Honestly, sounds like a lot of work. Why would you bother to organize anything when you can just add congruence to find whatever you need? It's just paperwork. She prefers relationships with people she's close with and those she feels are her equals. Interesting. So it has to do somewhat with probably like where your stats are to some extent. But then yeah, of like actually getting this friendship meter up there. Which, hey, we're at 40 right now. Sim is also at 40. Cal's at 49. Do you even know why we call it paperwork? Your mom laughs. It's true. It's not like you're sorting actual paper. Back on Earth, we used to have paper to... nah, never mind. She slaps down the back. Good for you having your head together. Your dad's watching your mom work. You can practically see the hearts in his eyes. What? Your mom's an incredible lady, he says dreamily. True love is hurling yourself into space with someone and hoping for the best for your children. Ew, Dad. Gross. Alright, so let's do another explore. Let's see if we can finish out foraging in the valley. If I were also as smart as Tang, I would settle for nothing less. You are. You just don't make it your entire personality. -5 stress. Which is super effective when I yell it at you, right? Sim is easy to befriend. Each event interact gives you 2 hearts. Holy shit. You're walking up a trail when you're caught by surprise. It's Sim, and he's running? You're knocked to the side as he pushes past you, running in the opposite direction with barely a glance. You shout and chase after him, but after a few seconds it becomes clear you don't have a hope of finding Sim when he doesn't want to be found. You turn and continue along the path, and around the next bend you spot a familiar face. Utopia. She's collecting rock samples with a pickaxe, like an old-timey prospector. Who the hell was that? She demands. I forget what this is called, but there's a linguistic term for phrases that are fossilized because of pre-existing, no longer existing parts of technology, like hang up for phones, even logbook and login. Yeah, I don't think she would, so... I didn't see anyone. Maybe if we get, like, close with Utopia, then maybe, but otherwise, I didn't see anyone. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You know, also, you know, rolling up windows and so forth. Yeah, fossilized parts of speech. So paperwork, even when paper no longer exists, yeah. We're gonna go with I didn't see anyone, while we... God. If I ever did Boterbug Bingo again, there would just have to be one for linguistics conversation. Utopia squints at you. The man you just ran past, the tall guy dressed in black, how'd you not notice him? Whatever, just watch where you're running, okay? Gravel's loose around here, and maybe check in with Doc Instance. Get your eyes looked at. You agree, happy to be out of the conversation without any trouble, and continue along the path before Utopia asks any more questions. You walk for a couple minutes before you see Sim again. He seems to be in good humor despite the close call. Oh, he says, leaning against a tree. Oh, sorry. Oh, he says, leaning against a tree. It is tiresome to be so secretive. He wipes his eyes, brimming with mirth. It is such a pleasure to be around you and Dis, and to not have to hide myself. He sobers quickly. I do appreciate your discretion, he says. It is not the right time for the gardeners to be formally introduced. To do so too early would cause a great degree of chaos. Yes, even the female surveyor, he continues. I do like her, but I have learned from my limited experience with your kind that adults of your species do not react well to surprises. So what's the cutoff for adult? Because she's like 23, 24 at this point. Which is, not, younger than my parents and all that. Yep, Tonin died. Where's Utopia? Why can I not? There you are, Utopia. 27. All right, cool. Legacy term. Sim wants that poly trio with Utopia. Yo, same. Deprecated term. Floppy disk. We should have a conversation about collateral adjectives. Collateral adjectives? Excusez-moi? It is good that you're here, though, as I do need something from you. Data. What? Sim holds up his hands. Please do not be alarmed, he says placatingly. I do not mean sensitive information such as personnel and defenses. I mean only the contents of your digital cultural archive. Like holovids? Yes, exactly. Your holographic recordings of movies, music, books, cultural artifacts only, I promise. He's a nerd! Yo, same! That's why we attracted! Well, Sim says, isn't it obvious? I wish to know more about your kind. I wish to learn how to... He struggles for the right phrasing. I wish to learn how to act in a way that is not so discomforting to humans. Well, bovine... Meaning, yeah, anyway. Collateral adjective sounds a lot like doublets. Yeah, no, I'll definitely do it. Because, again, by the time I was able to do this, I was already 19 my last playthrough, so... Sim's gentle smile grows warmer. Truly, he asks, clasping his hands. Oh, I thought it would take a great deal more convincing. You are surprising. It is such a pleasure. You tell Sim that you can definitely find a mem drive in engineering and fill it with data he wants. But do you horny bastards request payment of another kind? Ditsy says no. Hold on. How crucial is it that we do not flirt with them right now? It makes him sad. Oh, you know what? That's fair. Yeah, because I will have a few questions of my own. Because trading goods for services? Okay, that put a stigma on something that I didn't necessarily intend to do, but yes, we understand. We will have a few questions of our own. Horny for knowledge and hotness. Sorry for saying shut up, that was rude. We are indeed horny for knowledge and hotness, but respectfully. Yeah. Ditsy, thank you very much for being a cooler head to prevail here. And Riggy, thank you for apologizing. Although we know that you didn't mean anything other than being joking when you said shut up. Yeah, it's good that you apologized. That is fair, Sim says. It must be frustrating to feel as though the truth is being withheld from you. Ignorance is not a yoke your kind bears easily. Please trust when I say that my inability to answer your questions is born of circumstances beyond my control, and not a lack of desire on my part. I have full faith that you will know everything soon enough. He doesn't fully understand the flirting and gets a little sad about you demanding a give and take. Gotcha, okay. Oh, by the way, calm down, -5. Alright, we're doing good. There's another Vricky! A curious Vricky blocks your path. It's acting strange. It keeps scurrying up trees and hanging upside down to get a different angle to look at you, then dropping down when you try to pass underneath. It may be small, but it's at least attempting to be intimidating. That must mean something. It's not interested in your pet Vricky, it's interested in you. Even Squidly Botason looks unsure and hides between your legs. Oh, I'm like, oh, if I have a 3, oh, I can use this to get -2, but I can't get it next to the ba-ba-ba. Listen, none of us are here fully understanding the flirting ever. Do you mean in the game or in real life? 4. Yeah, that'll do. Both. Okay. Oh, that's a nice hand. 5 and a bunch of 4s. +2 to the card to the right. All good. This is my main hobby, though, so I've explored many dialogue options. My main hobby, though, and I've explored many dialogue options and can guide. Wonderful. The Vricky runs up your leg. It's a giant spider thing, and it's got weird tentacles, and get it off! The urge to dance around and shake it off is almost uncontrollable, but you manage to keep your cool. The Vricky tastes you with its tentacle feeler legs, but doesn't look interested in causing you harm. It pokes at your backpack trying to get in, then gives up and scurries off. +13 stress, -2. What do I have -2 from? What do I have a permanent -2 stress from? Interesting. Is that a skill something I have? Character traits. That's that. Oh. I thought that was just a -1. Interesting. Or a one-time minus. Alright, cool. So that's a dead end there. I want to prioritize looking for the yellow, quote, boss event at the end of the area. You come out of the trees into a large grassy clearing. In the middle... Well, you can only describe it as a pedestal. In the middle of a cradle of flowers sits a massive egg, easily larger than any egg you've seen before. It's white with red flecks, and it's just sitting here in the middle of the empty clearing, totally unprotected. Support friends helps. They're flirting with you. Has been whispered to me more than once in my younger years. Aww. There's no game interface or guide to help me flirt with people IRL, nor to help me realize I'm being flirted with when someone is trying to do it with me. Yay, support friend. We're gonna leave. Can we leave the egg and still? Yes. Okay. A dense cloud of pollen makes it hard to even see your hand in front of your face. It's a good thing you have a helmet with a filter. It's not perfect though, and it doesn't help visibility. Be patient and look carefully. We've got over 50 perception. Gives you a -5 when you play the card, but I believe it gives you an innate permanent -2. Gotcha. Okay, cool. I didn't realize that. The pollen clouds eventually shift, giving you glimpses of something obstructing the path. It looks like a snap bladder, an infamously territorial predator around these parts. When they're heavily pregnant, they use pollen fog to pick off their prey. Carefully avoid. You pass through the cloud unharmed, staying out of reach of the bloated snap bladder. It snicks its snappers in your direction, but it's much too heavy with spawn to chase you. Another egg. Another Vricky. Someone on the internet made a little song that goes, "Are we flirting or are we just making normal eye contact?" And I sing that in my head a lot when the question comes up. It does not help me figure it out, but it's nice to put the confusing into sing-songy words. You come across not just one Vricky, but a whole swarm of them, mostly just baby ones about the size of your head. They're all amassed around a massive tree, scurrying up and down the trunk. When you can see the tree itself under the swarm, you notice it's the same pale pink as the baby Vricky. Its tentacle-like roots meander a fairly large distance before plunging into the ground. I see it. When the Vricky see you approach, they get agitated, and they look hungry. Definitely hungry, like dozens of hungry grapefruit-sized furry pink spiders, the stuff of nightmares. Your pet, Squidly Botason, doesn't seem scared at all. Oh, I'm just short of the bravery I would need, so I guess we're gonna fight the Vricky. Sorry, Squidly. 8. +2 to the one in the last... No, if it's in the first or last pane. +2 to cards with gems. Just come out swinging with all that. 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. A nice little straight. And we'll just go for the flush. +1 for each gem on other cards. A couple of 5s in a row. You may want to come back with less stress, though. I can't remember. Gotcha. Well, that wasn't so hard. You smack a couple of them to the ground, and the rest scuttle up the boughs and hide there. You puff your chest out bravely and move on. That doesn't sound familiar to me, so we're gonna go for it. You're alone exploring an unmapped area of the Valley of Vertigo. The pollen is thick here, and your air filter's overworked. A warning light's been flashing orange for another 10 minutes. Oh, okay, I do remember this. There are plants here you've never seen before. Flowers with intense rainbow hues and strange lumps of fungal matter which pulse as if they're breathing. You got some samples. Utopia will totally give you extra kudos for these. The pollen's thick up ahead, deep fuchsia and shimmering with color. Everything here seems to dance with tiny flecks of reflected light. It's kind of magical. You push forward into the suffocating pink fog. It's so thick you can only see a few meters ahead. You follow the glimmering towards where it's densest. You come upon a glade filled with what seem to be strange topiaries. They loom out of the glittering fog, each in the shape of an animal. They're all formed from the same spongy, glittering pink substance and dotted with finger-length fungal growths. You're so distracted that you almost fall into a large hole in the center of the glade. Check for danger. You've seen plant-like animals before. Are those topiaries actually predators waiting for you to get close? You watch them from the edge. They're completely still, not breathing. There's no life signs. Good. Your envirosuit beeps a warning. Let's check the topiaries. You choose a large dog-sized quadruped which appears to be kneeling. It's far too lifelike. As you get close, you realize with growing revulsion that this was once a living creature, now encased or transformed entirely into the sparkling pink fungus. It's dead. You remember helping Tang for extra credit in biology class. She said that shimmer, the seasonal illness that affects your dad in pollen, is some kind of colonizing fungal growth. Could this be related? Your envirosuit beeps a louder warning. You have a sudden premonition. You have a strong sense of remembering. This is a bad place. A terrible illness lurks in this part of the valley, and it will pounce if you stay here a moment longer. You have to get out of here immediately. The warning light in your mask begins to flash red in agreement. Okay. Do we take a sample, or do we leave? And if we leave, can we come back here? Ditzy says take sample. Ditzy is our explorer extraordinaire. I'm going to trust Ditzy on this. We're taking a sample of the fungus. +1 shimmer cure. As you bend down to take a sample, you realize the dense shining haze is coming from the topiaries. The fog is seeping out of the holes at the end of each fungal growth. You break off a few of them into a collection vial. The more you think about it, the more you're sure that this is related to the shimmer. Now book it! As you turn to leave, your filter light begins flashing red and an alarm sounds inside your helmet. You realize with horror that you've been in the dense pollen too long. You start sneezing as the sparkling dust seeps into your breathing mask. It feels like tiny knives in your sinuses and a heavy, choking pain in your lungs. You lurch back toward the checkpoint, barely able to breathe. Your helmet is so clogged that you don't think air is getting in at all. You can see it clearly as if seeing a vision. If you take your mask off, surely you'll be able to breathe better. Something in your terrified brain clings to this idea. If you just take off your mask and breathe in the pollen, you'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Nope. Don't go gently into that pink night. You're hyperventilating. You can't get enough oxygen through your clogged filter. Darkness closes in from the edges of your vision until you're seeing the world as if through a long tunnel. As you near the checkpoint, Utopia runs out to help you. You instinctively turn back, unthinking, wanting to return to the fog, to those strange statues. You collapse into her arms. Several days later, you wake. You don't remember much, just a great choking heaviness in your lungs, and the world swallowing you up and closing over your head. You have snippets of conscious thought from the last few days, but it's hard to tell if it was a dream or not. We just got straight up, was given -5 toughness. Probably until we're done being injured. I don't know. It feels like you had a fever once. Hot and sticky, achy all over, like you've been boiled alive. You're still terribly weak. There's a pain in your chest like someone's been sitting on it. It takes all of your energy just to breathe. You live, but your body took a serious hit. It may never be quite the same. Yeah, so we got a -5 to toughness. We lost toughness on that. Collapsing into Utopia's arms, don't mind if I do. Why are you horny? We almost died. Okay. You're now in the wet season. New perk. Collectibles respawn faster and more. Okay, cool. More perception. That's exactly the right time. Life is short. Now you're free to do your engineering. Gotcha. Which I believe came somewhat recommended. What are we on here? Okay. But now we got a sample to save Dad. Yeah. Tang looks up from work, holding her stomach as it rumbles audibly. What? Again? Who cursed me with a mortal form? I did not ask for this. She reaches into her bag and pulls out a protein bar. The downside to requiring less sleep is that the body burns more calories while awake, she says, taking a bite. My caloric intake is much higher, similar to that of a bodybuilder, which is fitting, as I do have the strongest brain in the colony. Okay, so... I think I want to do an engineering. I really want to get that to 50. I mean, we could tutor children as well. Oh, right, we can get data for Sim. Thank you. Sim asks you for data on human culture. Television shows, music, books, things like that. You have unlimited access to Congruence's media archives through your holopalm, but for Sim it'd be a little more complicated. You need to find a physical storage unit with enough memory to contain a chunk of the holo archives. Yoink! The robot workshop would be a good place to look. You sneak in, nobody around, good. You rummage around until you find what looks like a portable holo unit in a drawer, then find a port in the wall to plug it into. An interface pops up with options to copy data onto the tiny drive. Perfect. You start by carefully copying your very favorite vids and games, and realize there's a shit ton more room on this tiny device. You sweep in several thousand more vids, as well as entire contents of the school's Learningpedia. As you slip the unit into your pocket, the Congruence console above you suddenly flickers and lights up. Congruence seems amused. She doesn't sound an alarm, although you know you shouldn't be in here, but asks in a neutral voice, "Oh my god, I have no persuasion. What are you doing in here, Sabote?" Just came to see you." Congruence allows her expression to show doubt, thus she seems flattered. You chat for a bit, then she tells you to get out before you get in trouble. She seems to be lonely. Can an artificial intelligence get lonely? It's something you've never really thought about before. Okay, is there... Doing events and engineering. See, Congruence needs my love! Riggy. Okay, gosh, how are we doing on time? God, this is such a long stream. Exploring takes up so much more time. I wish we had a way to get engineering up more quickly. Because this is only a +1. You headed off to lunch break when you see Mars and Tang sitting together in the engineering break room. Tang is eating a sandwich while also scrolling her holopalm with it, and Mars is half collapsed on the table, barely holding her head up on her hand as she puffs to Tang. Come on, she whines. You said we were going to hang out after lunch. Aren't you done eating yet? Tang takes a slow, deliberate bite of her sandwich and chews while making eye contact with Mars. It goes from funny to awkward to hilarious as Mars's face falls and she puts her head on the table and groans. Proper mastication is important for digestive health, Tang answers primly, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Yeah, maybe next stream just 1 year. Yeah, if we're doing exploration with it. You can masticate in private, Mars mutters. What are you reading and how is it more important than me, your best and only friend on the planet? Just something for work, Tang answers. It's really interesting. I didn't know Dr. Instance was so well published, even though she was only 25 when the Stratos left for Earth. She was practically a prodigy like me. It's absolutely fascinating. We're so lucky to have an accomplished researcher here on Vertumna. Oh, robotics class. That makes sense. We're going to read over her shoulder. You take a seat at the table and sneak a look at Tang's screen. You catch a few words. Recombinism, tissue tropism, RNA, protein sheaths, intrinsic immunity. Maybe something to do with viruses? From the pictures, possibly also fungi. Without further examination, it's hard to tell. Tang notices you looking and shuts off her holopalm, shooting you a cool look. Is this something to do with shimmer sickness? Mars wonders aloud. Wait, I want to learn about mycophages. Tang looks startled, but pleased. She turns her holopalm back on and tilts it so you can read along. It's dense, but interesting. And definitely about viruses that affect fungi. I didn't know you were interested in Instance's older work as well, Sabote, Tang says. Perhaps we could work together to parse the next section. It's particularly challenging. OMG nerds! Mars laughs. Look at you two eggheads. Better you than me. Tang glances at you graces you with a small, thankful smile. You've been eating for like half an hour, Tang. Come on, Mars says, putting her hands down her face. Please, can we go do something fun before some rampaging Xeno eats us? We're both too pretty to die of boredom. Tang smiles. You think I'm pretty, Mars? She asks, seeming genuinely curious. Mars sets her hand on top of Tang's. The prettiest, she swears, the other hand over her heart. Even prettier than me. Well, I mean, I went in the looks department, but I think smart women get, like, extra points. Tang says, putting her hand on top of Mars's hand and leaning in to fix Mars with an unusually flirtatious expression. Yes, do tell me all about my great beauty. It's all I live for. Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder, and you tune them out in favor of eating your lunch before you're expected back in engineering. Aww. I love that for them. +1 to the card to the right. Locked. Cool. Thank you for being all the way to the right. Locked card. Pain in my ass. Good. Still +5 engineering. I was hoping that was going to lead to a +1 to the Shimmer Cure as well. Oh, you know what I haven't done in a while? Is go up to the depot and we can get like a report on how the colony's doing. Our food supplies are excellent, 200%. Security rating, 20% red, so I haven't been doing a whole lot to help out with colony security yet, and I don't really know a whole lot about helping out with that. Let's do xenobiology. I can't research the radioactive plant yet, or xenobotany. You report to work in the geoponics laboratory, bringing along the sample of weird, spongy, purple-pink stuff you found in the fog cloud in the Valley of Vertigo. You know, the time you almost died. Hard to forget that. Your chest still hurts when you move too fast. Your dad is very interested in your sample. He has you analyze it right away. Scrutinizing your sample under the microscope, and then with the spectrometer, you compare the spores to known substances. You determine it shares a chemical compound seen in fungi with psychotropic effects. It could make people hallucinate. Huh, your dad says. That explains some things. You think about those creatures, those topiary, covered in this stuff. They were all grouped together in the same place by the weird hole. Did the fungus make them go there? But why? Take a look at these, your dad says, sending you an archive on your holopalm. He's kept detailed records of the air quality, humidity, temperature, spanning back almost to the day you landed here. There are even some actual air samples, preserved in vacuum-sealed tubes. You take a look, and sure enough, the spores are always present in the air here, and get much worse during pollen. Wait, could this be what makes your dad sick every year? Is it trying to colonize him like those creatures? Yeah, this fungus must be the cause of the shimmer sickness. Looking for a way to neutralize it, you hit the archives again. You work at it for a few days, but identifying a compound and noticing a pattern is one thing. For the heavy science, you need help from Dr. Instance. This is strong work, Instance says, scrolling through your findings on her holopalm. You said you gathered the sample yourself? That's impressive for someone your age. She summons Tang to join you. Please get Tangent up to date on your research, she says. She'll take it from here. She has more of a mind for these things. Sensing the shift in power balance, Tang blanches and looks at you apologetically. Biology 40 or greater. No one knows this better than me. Instance raises her hand. I'm not passing judgment on your abilities, she said, placating you. You clearly know this research well, and I can find nothing wrong with your methods. Still, something this important and dangerous should be done in more controlled conditions. Tang has been scrolling through your research. This is good work, she agrees, but this is a medical problem, not a gardening one. We're already studying the shimmer, so just think of it as combining your research with ours. The corners of her mouth twitch up, the most of a smile anyone can usually get from Tang. I'd like to work with you on this, actually. I can't believe you got all this from just a sample. Mars is abrasive, and as a child is rather grating and annoying as she learns about how to navigate people and herself. Yeah, like, I think in some future playthroughs I'll try to bridge that gap more. I really haven't bothered on this playthrough, and I did a little bit last one, but like trying to work with empathy and stuff like that. Instant Nods is missing you both. If you'd like Sabote, you can stop by the lab later to check on our progress. Alright, so that might be checking into engineering again afterward, but after this I think I gotta do a relax month. Oh no, I can stop into engineering and then I'll be maxed. I do not want to go into glow with full stress, so I think relaxing next month. Okay. So this is a mental challenge. And let's get +4 on that one, as it's the only blue card, right? Oh, that's a wild card. I see. Okay, so that's 28. That's 32. What happens if I do that? There we go. As an adult, Mars is a hot, wonderful firecracker of a woman. Hell yeah. Alright, that's a bunch more biology, which we don't need. Organizing, which we could use. A little bit less stress. Oh, right! Yeah. But from the calm temperament, right, the perk is -2 all the time, and then but we also got the card as a memory that's -5 when you play it. Okay, so ooh. Cal waves as you enter the garden, leaning on his shovel. Hey, Sabote, he calls, but his eyes look past you, down the path to where Anemone's beating the absolute tar out of a training dummy. Her fierce battle cries echo across the colony, making Cal wince. She's been going totally hard lately, huh? He says. He scratches his face, smearing dirt across his cheek. She asked me yesterday if I wanted to spar with her. She said it'd be good for self-defense. I told her I don't want to fight. Not her, not a training dummy, and not anything on this planet. For real. Never seen her get so mad at me. She called me a baby and told me I'm just going to end up forcing everyone to protect me because I'm weak or helpless or whatever. He seems upset and stabs the ground a few times with his shovel. I just don't think it's right to fight anyone, especially the Xenos. They were here first. What do you think, Sabote? I mean, I've definitely fought a few times. It'd be dishonest to say violence is never the answer. He's not talking about it. I don't think he's really told us about it, but the first year or maybe the second year, Cal had to kill something during Glow, and it's traumatized him, so he does not want to do any more fighting. I think I'm gonna go with sometimes you don't have a choice. Jeez, you sound like an adult, Cal grumps. They always try to get us to see both sides of an argument, but I tried and I just... He shrugs. I think if you have to hurt someone to get what you need, you don't deserve to have it. And if they attack you first? If something attacks you first, you probably did something wrong. Maybe you shouldn't keep going places where things want to attack you. What about to protect your loved ones? I mean, that's totally scary, but you shouldn't be putting your loved ones in a situation where they could be in danger in the first place. So, unfortunately, we have to either be like, yeah, I can see your point, or say, dude, you're being naive. Sometimes fighting is necessary. And shit, we're what? 14? We're gonna fight. You're being naive, Cal. You tell him sometimes you just have to fight. Nope. Nobody's life is worth more than anyone else's life. Doesn't matter if they're human, Xeno, or anything else out there. We all need to live in peace. Sometimes I think about the Xeno I had to kill the first time they attacked. Like, obviously I'm glad I'm alive, duh, but now it's dead. His eyes go back to Anemone. She stops sparring with the training dummy and is looking up at the garden as she has a drink. Neither she nor Cal wave at each other. It was an accident. I didn't mean to kill it, it just happened. I wish I could tell it I'm sorry. So this kind of animus between the two of them, this made a lot more sense the first time out when Anemone's brother died and she kind of was like, no, we need to fight. Like, without calm to spur on that part of the character arc there, this comes a little bit out of nowhere. Cal has such strong convictions. It's one of the things you like best about him, even if you don't always agree with them. You spend the next few hours following Cal through the garden. The adults have given him a portion of land to plan out for the next planting season. It's a big responsibility, but instead of feeling proud, you can tell Cal is a little distracted by your conversation. He keeps looking over in an enemy's direction, but she seems determined to ignore him. When you finally head out, you're as dirty as he is. The dirt sticks under your nails no matter how many times you wash your hands. Do you have anything to say on what just happened? Just about to go for a run. Nope. Okay, so I think we do, let's tutor, we do a thing, tutor children, reasoning, yeah, oh, reasoning's actually pretty close to getting up there. We tutor the kiddos, and then we do a relax month in Glow. Tangent and Chief Engineer Instance have been hard at work in the lab trying to find a cure for the Shimmer disease. Oh, really glad that we did this then. You join them in their research. You're the one who found a sample of the Shimmer fungus and analyzed it. You're the one whose father suffers the most from it. You confirm that the Shimmer is an airborne fungal disease, and that the thick, choking spores and pollen are the same fungi from the Valley of Vertigo, the ones that colonize the host and turn their bodies into more spore-produced fungus. Finally, you have a long-due breakthrough. Sunlight. You try inoculations, antibiotics, antifungal creams, but what finally works is a high-intensity light treatment mimicking the full force of the sun's during dust, coupled with an injection to increase its potency. Right! The pollen is burned off during dust. Of course, Tang exclaims. The fungus colonizes animal life during pollen, and some succumb to it, but the intense light of dust scourges the fungus from the survivors. It's all part of the natural cycle. The treatment works on samples. Now to test it on a subject. We're doing this. You open a triple-locked research room and pass through an airlock. You don't have your envirosuit on, but that's the point. You need a strong dose of this fungus in your lungs. The small room is filled with the Shimmer fungus. It's growing on everything, the floor and walls, and on lumpy shapes that were some kind of biological matter once. Now it's all just fungus, violet and shiny. You breathe deeply, marveling in the feeling of soupy, dangerous air infiltrating your body. Tang watches safely from behind the thick plexiglass. You can't tell if she's jealous or impressed, or if she thinks I'm a fucking dumbass. -5 stress. Next, you slide into the light therapy machine to bask in the nice warm light for a while. You even have a nap. Dr. Instance takes your vitals and runs samples of your fluids through various machines. She's excruciatingly thorough, but after a few days she concludes that the treatment is a success. You still carry a high fungal load, but its effects have been nullified by the light therapy. His little tomato helped Tangent cure the Shimmer disease! Remarkable, Instance says, going over your findings. Now that we have a frontline therapy, we can begin treating the population to prevent the fungus from taking hold. We did it! Oh my god, today was such a good day. It was such a good stream. This was a long stream. Again, I normally only want to do 2 hours. This is 4. We still have Glow to go, but the Shimmer cure. Look at that. Look at that art. Oh, and you can tell that this is normally a little later because that is closer to Tangent's late teenager appearance. Friendship with Tangent and gained memory. All cards to the right become blue? Oh, that's fucking cool. She looks over at Tang. Sabote's discovery will be of great help with our other research. You expect Tangent might be cross that you got the credit, but she nods, looking pleased. You're just thankful that no one got killed. Not your father or anyone else. The colony is safe from Shiver. Yeah, there's a new design at age 14, which we saw everyone today, and then again at, I think, 17, so that looked like the 17 design. Okay, +2 bonus to pairs. Interesting. Alright, so this is just tutoring. 7, 6, 5, 4. Okay. Do you mind checking the board at the depot? Sure. We're in Glow right now. Let's check the board. We're going to go through Glow and then we'll call it into the stream. View the notice board. Please report to medbay for inoculation against shimmer. The gates will be closed. Food supplies 200. Security rating 20%. Was that what you were looking for, or did I click through something else faster? It's all the normal people that are out during glow. Oh. I was like, oh, this is a story thing. No, it's not. Anemone grabs you by the shoulder. Sabote, you gotta help me, she says urgently. Mom keeps talking about how we're all gonna have to start having babies, and then she gets this look about her. I don't want to have any skunky babies. Anemone shudders with her whole body. Why'd I gotta be in a girl body anyway? I'm tougher and stronger than lots of boys, and no one's telling them they gotta have babies. Awesome. All good. Cool, cool, cool. Girl, I feel it, right? Can't you feel it? The forest is too quiet. Alright, we're going to relax in the lounge. Or we could practice this thing for just a couple more stress. What's this do? Creativity and bravery? And we've got the headway for it. Let's practice our instrument a bit. You've made a game of following people around the colony, creating a soundtrack to their lives. The best is when someone trips and you make the phonophoner make a wah wah noise and fill the air with party streamers. You're not terribly popular this month. Wow. Okay. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hell yes. +6 bravery. Sorry, +6 creativity. Nice. The roar wakes you. It would wake the dead. It shakes the walls, rumbles through the ship's hull, and makes your heart skip a beat. My first playthrough, I managed to find the sponge cake and end the famine, but it didn't get the food rating high enough and Mom still died. Yeah, I think that the famine ended before I found sponge cake. Like, I had done so much. I could be wrong, but yeah. I want to make sure food rating was high. Gotcha. It shakes the walls, rumbles through the ship's hull, and makes your heart skip a beat. You're paralyzed by a sudden clench of fear in your gut. Through your porthole window, you hear metal screeching and people shouting. Then another roar. Guttural and rumbling like the sound of a mountain collapsing. Something enormous is out there. Right, because out here, in this moment of glow, they destroy geoponics, right? And by ending the famine and having a surplus of food, we're going to be able to get through it. My first playthrough, my first playthrough, we didn't have that surplus of food, so we were in famine, and yeah, that's when Mom died. Alright, we're going to run out to face it, because we got bravery. You don't know what gives you the courage, but you run out into the fields to face the horrible creature face to It has no face. In place of a face, or even a head, its body just unzips, revealing a mess of writhing pink tentacles and blinking eyes, pocked with jagged, asymmetrical teeth. It stands on 4 enormous, powerful legs, each as wide across as tree trunks. Clinging to its back, in its thick, slug-like tail, are clumps of lichen that glow faintly in the night. The creature is nearly twice the height of a greenhouse. It's standing on top of a flattened one, the wreckage of lattice and plants all around. Flickers of light from plas rifles and stun gloves light it from underneath, and the stench of ozone is thick in the air. Oh neat, I hate it! You see Anemone and her brother Calm darting in and around its legs with twin shocks of red hair. The faceless creature lurches into another greenhouse, oblivious to the soldiers trying to herd it away. The monster left a trail of destruction from where it smashed through the walls. Smaller creatures are pouring in through the gap and they're heading straight to command. You watch helplessly as the hordes of animals storm command, sneaking through torn away panels and smashing through windows. It's too far away to hear the screams, but Governor Udicott is inside. You have to do something. You have to do something. Save the governor. She doesn't deserve to die that way. I know she's not useful, but still. Do you want me to spoil something for you? No, but there is a poll. Everyone can cast a vote. I will say after this scene, you can spoil what could have happened if we do something differently. So don't spoil us and influence the choices that we make. Right now, we've got Anemone and Calm with 1 vote, Utica with 2 votes. 20 seconds left in the poll. It's a 50-50 split. Anemone and Calm 2 votes, Utica 2 votes. Okay. It's 50-50. I have a coin. You won't be able to see the result, but you'll have to trust me. Heads, Anemone and Calm. Tails, Utica. Because I think I helped Anemone and Calm last time I played. And Utica died. And Seek ended up being governor. Heads, Anemone and Calm. Tails, Utica. Can you guys see it? I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if... Yeah, it's just my blown out ass white hand. What's that? What's that? That looks like... That is Tails. That is Tails. We're going after Governor Utica. Cannot see well enough to determine. So, that is... I mean, it's a funky one. It's a golden dollar with the Sacagawea head, and this is the Haudenosaunee, which I probably mispronounced, Iroquois Confederacy, Tails. Head is the other side right there. Yep, that's a coin. We're saving Governor Utica. That is what the coin flip said. The smaller creatures are making a beeline for command, slipping into the heart of the colony while the defense squad is distracted. The line of slinking, many-legged beasts pass by much easier targets, moving with eerie, almost tactical purpose. Whatever's happening, you have to stop them. The scene in command is chaos. The blast doors that would have protected the bridge from depressurization in space are held open by a mound of corpses, both human and animal. And inside, you hear Governor Utica screaming for someone to help her. Okay. +1 to physical cards. 4. Next round. Couple of 5s. Yeah, that doesn't work. Set neighbors to this value. Oh, actually, hold on. Card to the right becomes a 3. Set neighbors to this value. Okay, next round. 5. 4. 3. And then a bonus for a treat. Thank you, Griffkuba and Nightbot, for the plug for my book, How We Stop the Destroyers. You beat back enough beasts to help Utica escape the bridge. As you shelter under a meeting room table, you hear horrible noises from the rest of the ship. Metal screeching, the terrible abomination roaring, the sounds of creatures outside tearing their way through the hallways and trashing everything. Suddenly, the ship lurches and drops a few feet, buckling under the weight of something massive. Out the porthole window, you see a fleshy pink tentacle slap against the side of the ship before the faceless abomination outside crashes to the ground, taking the entire outer wall of the ship with it. Utica sobs quietly into her hands in the sudden silence. You wait a long time until congruence gives you the all clear. The council calls an all-colony meeting to face the aftermath of the attack. In the oppressive gloom of Glow, you gather near engineering with the other survivors. It's one of the few buildings left standing. The corpse of the Faceless still sits in the caved-in wreckage of the stratospheric, spilling its flaccid pink tentacles from its horrible zipper-toothed maw. It's already beginning to stink. At least the governor survived. Governor Utica takes the stage and thanks you personally for rescuing her during the attack. Because of your bravery, the colony still has its leader. She also acknowledged the bravery of the defense squad, citing the heroism in finally taking down the Faceless. If only it hadn't gotten away from them and stampeded right into the stratospheric. At least they stopped it before it got to engineering, or would have activated the reactor and left a crater the size of an asteroid impact. Geoponics is gone. The greenhouse is destroyed and fields trampled. With the loss of hydroponics, you'll inevitably have to start rationing what's left. The entire front half of the stratospheric has been destroyed. The living quarters, the canteen, the garrison, the lounge, even the creche. It's all gone. It's only by some stroke of luck that the people hiding in the creche weren't all killed. Governor Utica slowly reads the names of those who lost their lives. Too many. You all stand for a moment of silence. You feel the weight of loss like a blow to your chest. Anemone and her family cry out when her brother Calm's name is called, and their quiet sobbing continues through the silence. With the living quarters destroyed, everyone moves into the engineering wing for shelter. You're crowded into the classroom with other families. The adults try to make it seem like a sleepover, but you're all still so shaken. Tammy doesn't return to the classroom. The little one's got out okay, but she's still in medbay, and will be for a while. Stop trying to kill Tammy! Anemone cries about her brother and screams at anyone who tries to comfort her. Eventually, you just try to ignore her grief, as painful as it is to hear her sobbing at night. You feel like you've been awake for days, and you'll never fully sleep again. You try, but you keep jerking awake, crying out in fear. Eventually, you fall asleep sitting up, held in your father's arms. Your sleep is fitful, but mercifully dreamless. Early quiet, and that's where we save. Well, guys, that was a very long stream for us, at least when we're not doing fundraising and such. But yeah, next time, excuse me. Next time, if we're doing exploring and stuff, and the first year goes that long, we're just going to call it there. Do you want to spoil now? Is it just if we had done a different choice? Then yes, let's hear it, Ditzy. If we had done a different choice, what might have happened? Yeah. But let's see. So next week we'll do more. Might just be 1 year. So moving through it a little slower, but that's fine. Taking our time with it. But we accomplished so much today. Made sure our dad was saved. We're pretty sure our mom is saved. Even though geoponics was destroyed, I'm pretty sure we've still got food stores so that we can rebuild without starving. But we're in rough shape. We're going to have to rest the first month and take it from there. You cannot save Calm. He is the only character you cannot save. Wow. So that makes sense, actually, because of spoilers that I know to happen later on in a few more years. But, you know, we were talking character arc, and whether it's there or earlier or whatever. Yeah. But hey, we've done a pretty good job, even though that ended on a rough note. But we'll be back at it next week, so make sure that you're here for it. Follow right here on Twitch. Watch Jade Empire on Tuesdays on YouTube. You're already hanging out in the Discord. If you want to get notifications there as well, make sure you go to the Rolls channel and sign up for them. Many ways to support the channel, and just ways to hang out. So, Ripcom, the Exoplanet red shirt. Anemone also wears a lot of red, so be careful with that. Be careful with those tropes. Tropes can be deadly. Calm's death is a necessity for Anemone's character arc. Yes, I agree. And I will leave that there. But yeah, stream next week. See you there, hopefully. In the meantime, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your week, and I will see you next Sunday. Bye, everybody. I could have flipped a more visible coin than that, huh?